Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is, what is today? Thank you. April 21st. Just want to get the day started. April 21st, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Commissioners Green and Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug. Okay, 9 years saying Chairman first. It's going to be awkward. Okay. General Counsel Flug, Deputy Commissioner O'Brien, myself, Secretary Held. Our next regular meeting dates are set for Tuesday, May 5th and May 19th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called in the order as they're signed in. There may be some exceptions. Bear with us. We'll first go to Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Members, do you have any announcements? No? All right, as a matter of courtesy, please silence your cell phones. The first item to be called at the request of council is item 796, Fruits of the Vine.
Morning. Thank you very much. That's Mark Koslow from Buckman Law Firm representing Fruit of the Vines. Fruit of the Vines is submitting a conditional no contest plea. It was laid out at length for you. Key items are that a large penalty payment to be made and it's over a 30-day period. A first payment followed by a suspension period followed by the last payment. In addition, because of when this CNC plea was negotiated, there were some other discussions with the Liquor Authority, with members of the trade. We will meet with counsel's office or staff member of counsel at her discretion to complete our review of the trade practices of the licensee, likely during the period of suspension, to make sure that all things are straightened out completely and that we've abided by the terms of the CNC plea. Just one, compare with you just a little bit, the licensee would like to speak on the suspension itself very briefly.
One moment, Mr. Koslow. I'd like to tell the members about this case. This case involves extensive numbers of items that were not properly price posted. They were sold at other than posted prices or simply not price posted at all. This involved a great deal of credit extension past 30 days, and they sold to numerous retailers who were on the COD list. The conditional no contest plea that was worked out was a penalty of $175,000 with a 30-day suspension. Because of the great amount of cooperation that the licensee offered during this investigation, counsel's office did consent to them being permitted to price post during their suspension for the following month. And the other terms, as Mr. Koslow said, we are happy to work with them. They were extremely cooperative. This investigation was conducted by Ethan Manning, Bill Brennan, and Courtney Dennett.
Thank you.
Licensee Philip Burnett.
I'm sorry, I'm not used to
It's okay.
it.
Just state your name for the record.
My name is Philippe Vernet.
Speak into the mic.
My name is Philippe Vernet, and we opened my company myself, Photo Niger. I did it from scratch. We deeply regret the mistake we made, and we, yeah. I would like to know if it's possible to be suspended later in the summer instead of the months of May. It will be, I don't know if it's possible, but it will be a big help in terms of financial problems that may cause in the future for my company and my employees.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear because of the noise. Was the request for the suspension in August?
I'll speak of licensing just very briefly. The current suspension is set for whenever the term is given by a member of the authority. Consequently, as we term before the members today, it's likely, the member's discretion, it would be more or less likely in the month of May. That being the case, the penalty payment will be made within probably before that suspension again.
I'm sorry.
So
just with our normal practices, this would probably be in the month of June, because you wanted a full month, so it would be probably falling into June.
We had in any event, what he is seeking is that because of both his employee status, he started with nothing. He now has approximately 15 employees, 12 solicitors. In terms of the effect, the net effect on the business, the shutdown is a shutdown. Whether it occurs now or any other time of the year is very severe. He understands the penalty. I'm not saying it's not deserved. We understand the penalty. He's accepted that. The placement of the penalty is what's important. It would be simply a lot easier on his employees and staff to be put during the summer. So this is what he's seeking is that the suspension would be during the summer, preferably the month of August. If that is the case, it does not change in terms of when he would make payment. He's offered to make payment within 10 days of whenever you write the letter that you've accepted his plea. 30 days later, we'll complete the method of that payment. So payment is not it's not part of this whole discussion. Full payment, whatever the timing was before, that's the timing now. Question would be the suspension in mind.
This request was made to counsel's office and denied. We have never permitted a licensee who's being suspended to choose the month of suspension.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm okay with the settlement in terms of the offer. I'm sorry, I'm okay with the offer, but in terms of the suspension when it starts, I don't think we want to set a precedent in that way, and I'd like it to start at the earliest possible moment. So I would think it would be June, and that's my vote.
Okay. I'll agree. I'll accept the offer. And the suspension will commence, I guess, as soon as he receives notice, which will be in June. But I appreciate that you did cooperate with our office and came forward. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to Buffalo. Item 832, Bassam Hoodsaid.
833?
Buffalo. Buffalo, you had Albany numbers.
Oh.
I just got the Buffaloes.
Yes. Bassam Hodsad.
Good morning, Robert Romano. I'm here with Mr. I believe I had submitted a statement in support of his character.
You called him charming and decent.
Well, I had spent some time. I actually went up to Syracuse and went over in detail. Thank you for reminding me of that.
I got it.
And I actually do find him charming and decent. I stand by that statement. Mr. Saad had never been in business prior to 2011 when he first came before the authority and applied. It's come to my knowledge since I had submitted this statement that the same attorney who filed the second attempt had filed his first paperwork, and that's Mr. Peter Hartnett. He filed his paperwork. Mr. Saad was under the mistaken impression that he could keep the store running and sell beer using the previous license availing, as long as this the person who sold it was an employee of his. He was wrong. He realizes he was wrong. Liquor Authority found out about this, and his application was correctly denied. Cut to 2 years down the line, Mr. Hartnett does the application again. Everything I'm telling you about Mr. Hartnett was confirmed with me directly. I spoke to Mr. Hartnett at length, and while I may seem like I'm throwing him under the bus, he has given me full authority to do so. And he said that his staff had incorrectly filled out the application when they checked off, have you ever been denied a license? His staff incorrectly checked off no. Mr. Saad, like many applicants do, and I try to make sure they don't do it, but many applicants will just simply sign a form, or they're very willing to sign the paperwork without reading it. That was the case here. He had no intention to deceive, no malice, no forethought, and what he did, it would have been a ridiculous thing for him to assume that the Liquor Authority simply wouldn't catch it. It was.
Oh, you'd be surprised, though.
Okay, but
or maybe not.
That's my take on it. And so
third time.
Third
he's
time, maybe a
applied.
charm. Hopefully,
Yes.
We're hoping.
He's applied now. We have his application, everything submitted.
Well, so you said in 2011, when he first applied, he had never had a business, and then on his questionnaire, he writes that from November 2009, he was the owner of a business.
Well, this type, I mean,
Convenience
a
store.
licensed premises, licensed business.
So just that he had never applied for a license, not that he hadn't run a business, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So if you have any questions, he's ready to answer.
I'm ready to vote. Mr. Said, I hope that if your license is granted today, you're as persistent as applying to the authority and also as persistent in making sure your premise is run according to the law. And I hope not to see you again. Don't take it personally. I find that your attorney says you're charming. But I hope you're just as persistent in abiding by the law. My vote would be to approve.
Normally, when there's two denials for character and fitness issue, it's usually pretty easy to go and deny it for the third time, but based on the circumstances that were presented, I find it convincing to give you a shot at this, and so I also approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Sit down.
786 Apogee Wine Bar.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Dutton, and I'm with Apogee Wine Bar.
Okay. Would you like to be heard, or are you ready for us
Yes.
to impose penalty?
I guess I would just like to state that, summarize the situation. We applied for a liquor license middle of last year, and mistakenly left off the fact that we had intended to serve alcohol on our sidewalk. We're in a quaint little neighborhood, and the intent was to complete an application that provided us the ability to serve beer and wine on the sidewalk immediately outside of our premises, and mistakenly, and that was not done. Our application was not filled out correctly, and we thought it was filled out correctly. We went to the city of Rochester, and received permission from the city to serve, received our cafe permit, and we thought we were in good standing, and never once thinking that we didn't have approval to serve outside in front of our premise. Came to our attention I guess it was just recently came to our attention. We immediately went to the city, got a new cafe permit for this coming year, but also in advance of that submitted an alteration to our premises and submitted that to the State Liquor Authority earlier this month. So my hope is that you have received our revised application, and I'm here to express our sincerest apologies for the misunderstanding, and we're hoping for leniency. We're a small wine bar. Education of wine and wine regions around the world is really what we do, and we're just asking for leniency. We're a very small organization.
Okay. We did receive your alteration application, and that's currently pending.
Great.
Ready to impose penalty. I'll impose $750. Normally, this charge will carry a penalty of $1,500, and I did read your letter and you coming in and stating pretty much everything you wrote to us. I took that into consideration.
Initially, I had also the standard penalty for this, but I'll agree with Commissioner Green and go down to $750.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 803, the River Pub.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Chet Ken. I'm a consultant that handled the liquor license application for the River Pub LLC, and I'm here with the applicant's husband, as the applicant could not attend today because she was at a training class, and we're here to answer any questions concerning this application.
Who did you say is with you?
The husband of the licensee,
Names?
Kelly Jones is the licensee, and
My name is William.
William Jones is the husband. He's the manager, listed as the manager on the application.
You filled it out?
The rent for this location is $500 a month?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, they own the building, too. You own the building, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed on your menu you have a hand and cheese. What is that? Just thought maybe it might be a Niagara Falls thing. I don't know.
No.
I'm looking for the menu so I can show them,
For a restaurant, it's kind of a light menu, I would think.
This isn't a restaurant, it's a bar tavern.
So should they be?
Yeah.
There is no kitchen.
It can be an on-premise liquor, it can be either one.
Got it.
Depends on what
Okay. And is there any relationship to Robert Leo, the previously previous licensee who had his license revoked?
No, sir.
Was that just a tenant of yours previously?
No, sir. I believe they might have owned the building previously, and then an investor from Toronto bought the building, and I recently bought the building from him.
Okay.
So as far as any affiliation to anyone that owned it previously or anybody that may have had a liquor license, I have no affiliation.
All right. I approve.
I approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. In Albany, 833 Messenger.
It's me. No. Hi, I'm Paula Messenger. I'm here to get my liquor license approved from Messengers, Inc. It's a golf course.
Approved. Get it approved?
Yes, she does.
Well, we canceled it, right?
No, that was the prior
Prior
licensing.
licenses and your first.
She said,
What relationship do you have with the prior licensee?
None.
Do you know who that person is? Have you ever met them, or just absolutely none?
There was a gentleman that came in and leased it for a little while, and he only lasted about 8 months. Then the original owner of the golf course came back in, and she owned it for the rest of the year. I owned it probably like 10 years ago for about 8 years. And then the owner had passed away, and then the daughter came in and she took it over.
Is this the restaurant or the golf club?
Restaurant.
Oh, the restaurant
Yeah,
part of
it's
it.
a restaurant inside of the golf course.
Okay.
and I see during your licensing history, you had no adverse at that location.
No trouble.
Okay.
None at all.
All right, I'm good.
All right, I approve.
I approve. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks.
839 Arnav Singh.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Wayne Marble. I'm a licensing consultant, and this is Jeeta Gain. Arnav Singh. We're asking for reconsideration of the disapproval from the Buffalo office.
All right. I didn't think, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the issues was Jack Ter Singh Gill. He's been involved, and he's not supposed to be involved.
No, I think you have the wrong application, sir.
Sorry, what number is it?
839.
It's 839.
I have the right, I have 839. What application do you have?
This is Arnav Singh, Inc. It's a convenience store.
Yes, that's what we have.
All right, what we're saying?
Do you not know who Jagtar Singh Gill is?
Yes, previous owner, yes.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So do you want to address that question, please?
And what was the question, sir?
So how much do you know about this case? That's my question to you,
Sorry,
actually. So let me speak with the applicant, please.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. My name is Geeta Jain.
Right.
And I'm the owner. Actually, what happened, it was mistake. I was in a store. I was my other store. And by mistake, who employees, he bring his cousin and in a store. And he did mistake to sell a beer. He's not supposed to be. He didn't check ID. And it was first mistake actually in my license, and I wasn't in a store.
So he no longer has anything to do with this business, correct? Or your previous?
Previous, yes, 3 years. I have other business before the convenience store liquor license, and I was running that store, and I was busy in that store to selling that business to buy this business, and and it was really a big mistake. He did it, and I didn't know that time. When I know, and I just fired him, that guy, and it was really first mistake, sir, which has happened. I wasn't that time that store.
As we've stated in our paperwork, she's been very forthright about September 1st she took over the store, and she cooperated with the investigation. She did not realize the consequences of her error, and she has tried to, we've made a new submission, and she's gotten rid of the employee that sold the beer, and she's just trying to start over. We're afraid that the first application was disapproved because the application was the wrong forms, outdated forms. We redid the application. The prior licensee pled to CNC for a $1,000 bond claim and cancellation of the license. She's attempting to start over fresh with the grocery store license. That is her.
All right, we're ready
is
to
her.
vote. We had the submission before us, taking into consideration the applicant's prior licensing history. She had no adverse, but know that it was denied based on your activity. And I would have thought, being that you were licensed prior, you would have been aware that you needed to have a license in order to sell at this location. But I find that with the denial and the period of time that you've been without a license, I will grant this reconsideration, and if it's approved, they'll go back to licensing for a review.
I'll also grant the reconsideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
(810) Harley's Pub and Grill.
Hello, my name is Derek Roberts. I'm the owner of Harley's Pub and Grill.
My name is Tiffany Roberts. I am also the owner of Harley's Pub and Grill.
Have you hired a chef yet?
Yes.
Also, my wife is a chef as well.
And how many security guards are you having? I saw in the method of operation 2, and then I think I saw somewhere else that you only have 1, or you only plan to have 1.
Because we have 2 entrances to the building, we're going to hire 2 security guards to make sure we maintain proper supervision and security at all counts. It's a large facility, so
Two front door
we feel that
entrances.
having an extra security guard will be safer for the establishment.
No, I'll approve.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Green, we didn't hear your response.
I approve as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Your mic's not on, Commissioner Green.
Yes, I approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, we're all set, thank you.
Thanks, Rose. All right, I'm calling an item out of order. But you signed in here, so we'll call you in the course of here, okay? 899, Lotus Flame.
Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you very much for taking us out of order. My wife is recovering from eye surgery yesterday, and I have to get back to be her caregiver. My name is James Wandersdock from Sherry and O'Neill. I'm here with Bob O'Neill and our client, Sylvia McCrae. She's the sole principal, and our manager, Jennifer. I do have their menu. This is a restaurant in Morris Park, and I have a dozen letters in support of the character of the sole principal.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure. Thank you. A couple of diplomas from the manager, Jennifer, has been through the hospitality school. They were operating the premises under a temporary retail permit. There was a conditional approval on February 19th, and then apparently there was an investigation on the premises, at which time the bartender from the previous owner served an underage decoy. That bartender was immediately fired, and they're willing to be fully cooperative with the authority to answer any questions. And the principal has had a very good background with Federal Express for a number of years, 6.5 years, and the principal and her manager have known each other for over 10 years. They live in the area within 5 blocks of the premises to be licensed. And they have, Mrs. McCrae has invested over $100,000 in the business, so she's going to devote her full time and energy to its successful operation.
Counsel, is there disciplinary?
I will check right now. No, it was my intention that if this reconsideration was granted, to issue a notice of pleading.
Okay, for this particular offense. Okay.
Yes, there are no notices currently pending.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'll grant the reconsideration. Just know that there may be a pleading being sent on the violation.
There will be.
Okay. All right, I'll grant it.
Yeah, I'll grant it as well, and there will be a notice of pleading signed. Okay.
Turn to licensing.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
838, 4914 Queensbrook.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. Mr. Talibian is supposed to be here. I think he got delayed in traffic. Either I request a second call, or this was just a matter of the fingerprint card not being filed, not timely filed. This was done, part law office failure, I have to admit.
And that was my concern, just timely. I mean,
It was
that delays the process.
I normally follow up. I apologize, Commissioner. I normally follow up to make sure these things were done. For some reason, fell through the cracks. So I'm asking that.
Is your client on the way?
Yes. So I can wait for a second call if you wish, or since it's just a procedural thing, maybe they can
Procedural thing.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Not
to speak to the
procedural.
client. All right.
Yeah,
We'll wait for
we'd like to wait for your client.
We'll second call.
Okay. 816, Autumn Wine and Liquors. bit?
Yes, hello. Here from Morton Wine and Liquors. Requesting to see if we could get additional time, because we have plans for the building department that we need more time to.
This reconsideration was asked based on the location, the temple.
Yes.
That you say you're not within 200 feet, and also based on public convenience and advantage. What has changed?
Well, the entrances that are on Atlantic Avenue, they're marked as entrances, but in the building department they're as exits, emergency exits, and we're trying to get certification from them to show irrefutably that they are not legal entrances.
To the temple?
Yes.
So where do you
the entrances
say their entrances?
Their main entrance is around the corner at 324 Lincoln Avenue, which would make it 210 feet distance from door to door to the liquor store.
Okay, we did have measurements we actually had someone go out and measure from your premise to the location. It's within 200 feet. Now, if you have paperwork from the building that says, from the Department of Building and say otherwise, you've had more than enough time to obtain that. Even when you asked for the reconsideration, you should have had that already. And has any of the closer stores gone out of business?
No, to my knowledge, I don't.
So even public convenience and advantage, we had a number amount of stores within 0.6 miles of this location. So that hasn't changed. So the information you're providing us doesn't really alter the information that we had prior when we first reviewed your application.
But understand that in New York, the law is 500 feet.
No, 200 feet for a church or a place of worship or school.
That's for the church, but for another business, another location for
that
liquor
doesn't apply
stores.
To the liquor stores.
From one liquor store to another?
No, it's an on-premise. Okay, that being...
Your understanding is that there can't be another liquor store within 500 feet of another liquor store? Is that what you're asking?
What they're claiming is that their sales, they don't have enough sales, as they won't admit another liquor store in the area. But we have proof that the area has been growing over the amount of 10 years. It's over every year, every 10 years, there's over 30,000 in population growth, and that area is a vibrant area, business area, which all locations are on different avenues.
I mean, just to make it clear, the 500-foot rule doesn't apply to liquor stores. As far as the on-premise, where the bars, restaurants are full liquor licenses. And if there's 3 or more within 500 feet, then the legal standard is if it's in the public interest to grant another one. So that has nothing to do with what you're talking about right now.
Okay, no, I'm saying that...
No, I understand your other arguments about public convenience and advantage, which is the legal standard that we're applying to be able to say whether your proposed store will add public convenience or advantage if a license were granted. So that's what we're trying to decide upon. The 200-foot law, right? 200-foot law is with school and church, and what I'm seeing here, it's not only the main entrance, it's regularly used entrances. And so in our field investigators report, it's at 130 feet and 172 feet are the distances between the entrance of your proposed premise and that of the entrances of the temple. So
that's a wrong measurement, because those are measurements that they're using for the doors that are on Atlantic Avenue, which they don't use. They use the main entrance is on 324 Lincoln Avenue, which is around the corner. Which would make it over 200 feet.
if that's correct. So did we, I wasn't here at that board hearing, I guess, but did we address the question whether it was regularly used? And that place is good.
Measure. Your report.
Could you just state your names for the record?
Sure, my name is Antonio Almanzar, and Pedro Polo, he's the applicant.
I guess what they're arguing is that the other two doors aren't used, and then Deputy Commissioner is saying if the main entrance door that he's referring to is 212 feet.
Well, let's hear, because I know Mr. Lynn had commentary. We'll come back. Mr. Lynn, you're here in opposition, and you had a submission on the temple. So can you put that on the record for me?
Charles Lynn for the opposing stores, and second closest SNS. The entrance to the temple right now are the two entrances on Atlantic Avenue. The one on Lincoln Avenue, which is around the corner, is closed. I submitted pictures to the authority just recently in response to the reconsideration, and it will show you that where the temple structure inside is set up against the wall, that's set up against Lincoln Avenue, and the entrances, matter of fact, the entrance which is closest to the store specifically has a canopy that says entrance. So the entrances, I submitted copies of photos to the authority showing that they do have services there, and the two entrances are the entrances from Atlantic Avenue. I even have my client has video showing that when he entered the premises, it definitely is on Atlantic Avenue. There is no entrance into Lincoln from Lincoln Avenue.
Anyone else want to be heard in opposition?
Well, this is my client verified with make the information.
And this location was previously licensed?
Yeah, it expired in 2009.
So the temple came after?
Yes.
I don't think we had anything definitive on
No,
the temple.
I don't, yeah.
Any more comments? Questions? Any more comments?
If you look at the plans we have, we took out from the buildings department, that shows clearly that the main entrance is on 324 Lincoln, that is not on Atlantic Avenue.
So when you're physically there, you see that entrance is never ever used?
It's never used. This place of worship, as supposedly is rarely used. It's if it's used once or twice a year, it's a lot.
Okay. And what about the issue of the closest stores?
What we say is that the area where he's trying to open, that there's more than sufficient business in the area for another liquor store to survive and thrive in the area, and that wouldn't affect any of the other sales of the other liquor stores around there, because they're on different avenues and it's all commercial areas.
The store's on Liberty, Autumn Avenue, and the closest I see is the closest is within 3 or 4 blocks. There are actually 7 package stores within a half a mile.
And the second closest, although has a Liberty Avenue address, is also known as Autumn Avenue. And I submitted to the authority a copy of the certificate of occupancy.
All right, I'm ready to vote.
Me too.
The information you provided doesn't alter any of the circumstances that currently exist, so I deny the reconsideration.
I agree with Commissioner Green.
A23, 442 Sunrise Liquors.
Was that 820?
823.
Mr. Lynn, 90% of your client sales intend to be via the internet?
Correct, yes.
Is that using a third-party provider or simply all done and fulfilled in the store?
all done and fulfilled in the store. And this is Ariel Kohler, who's the sole principal. If there's any questions with regards to the actual operation as such, as counsel said, Mr. Kohler can address that. I was first going to address the public convenience and advantage situation, and then, if there need be, for the specific information with regards to operation of the business.
Okay.
As far as public convenience and advantage is concerned, this is going to be a store that's going to be 90% internet. It is stated on the application that it is 1,200 square foot ground floor, 1,200 square feet basement. The entire basement is going to be storage area, and I would just like to reiterate, I don't know if I should submit it or we have as part of the application, that 1/2 of the top floor, the 1,200 feet, 600 feet of that towards the rear is going to be storage. It's only going to be actual retail sales. For other reasons as well. There's one problem with the premises itself, is that huge space towards the rearage would not be really practical to have that as a retail space. But secondly,
what's the square footage for the retail space?
1,200 square feet for the first floor, 1,200 square feet for the ground floor.
But the retail space will cover
Will only
both?
be 1/2 of the top floor. Okay. The rest will be storage. Because on an internet business, which Mr. Kohler will give some testimony to, storage is an important item of that. He is going to have some trafficking off the street, so he does want to maintain the retail establishment up front. He's also going to specialize in organic wines and liquors, and he's going to have a special setup with regards to that, so he does need some sort of space within which to be able to do that. The store...
I'm sorry, when you say some traffic, I mean, you're on Sunrise Highway. This is a major
Enormous.
thoroughfare.
This is enormous. I was going to get into that for public convenience advantage. Sunrise Highway is a 6-lane highway, 3 lanes east and west. Some parts of it does have parking facility. A lot doesn't. My client does have a parking up front. There is a restaurant, which would probably be the only one that would partake in the parking, but the restaurant on my area survey shows that the restaurant itself has its own private parking. So there is parking with regards to any customers that come in from the area. The one thing also being Sunrise Highway with the massive amount of traffic is that it got enormous visibility, so that a store that has internet sales can really advertise to an enormous people by just the amount of traffic that's going back and forth. Just as I'm bringing up the topic, May Day will not be we're going to have to change the trade name of the business because he was unable to get May Day as a internet name. So we will, if we do get approved, have to supply the authority with a change of name because, again, the business being 90%, the key is the internet name, and it will have to be changed because, again, it's so important to be able to get that advertising and that kind of marketing. As far as the...
Is your client maintaining his own website, or is he using...
his own website, yes.
Mr. Lynn, how can you say 90% when you're on Sunrise Highway, as you say, a main thoroughfare, that you're not going to have a tremendous amount of foot traffic in the store?
From your mouth to God's ears, that's possible. But one of the things that Ariel had wanted to do, he worked with his father for 4 years between the ages of 20 and 24. His father was basically in internet business through eBay and doing very, very well. That's where he got his experience. He happened to be a very successful businessman. A lot of times people come up to the authority and says, well, this is their passion with regards to involving liquor and wine and everything else. To be truthful, Mr. Kohler's main passion is to make money. And he has found that the internet business, that's how he got involved with the internet. dealing with wine and liquor. He does work for a wholesaler for 2 years, has gotten experience with that, and he's also seen that organic wines, doing a specialty item like his dad did, possibly could be extremely lucrative. He's even gone to Europe, to France, to some expos with regards to organic wines. He can discuss it even further, so that he really wants to do something that's somewhat unique. And addressing council's question, none of the other stores in the area really do organic. When you go into the stores, I had gone into most of the stores on just a cursory view, but Ariel has also done that, and he says that most of your wines are set forth as California, New York, Spain, Portugal, and not really designate any organic wines. He would specialize in that, which he has seen is not done within the area. Going back to the Sunrise Highway issue, the 4 closest stores, not only do you have Sunrise Highway, and we're on one side of that, but you also have the railroad, Long Island Railroad, parallel to Sunrise Highway. 2 of the stores that are closest are on the other side of Sunrise Highway, on the other side of the Long Island Expressway. There are 2 stores that are on the other side, which is Merrick Road, which is all not that busy, and they're smaller stores. They're 900 square feet and 1,200 square feet. Even the other stores on the other side, 900 square feet. There's one huge store, not huge, excuse me, big volume store, and that is on Sunrise Highway. It's about 0.6 miles down the road. But what's interesting with regards to that store is they've had about $4.5 million in sales. It has decreased a little bit, and it's my understanding that there's difficulty in parking. And the reason why I say that is when I went to visit the premises, you have a meeting point of not only Sunrise Highway, but another main thoroughfare, which is Lincoln Avenue, another main thoroughfare, which is Merrick Road, another major thoroughfare, which is North Central Avenue, all coming together. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to park within that area and even to get into the premises. And then once you do get into that premises, you go to the back where they do have some parking, but the parking is shared by some of the other commercial buildings. So when I went there on a weekday at about 2, 3 o'clock, I was only lucky to park because there was one space left. So I can just imagine during the regular period.
Let me see if anyone is here in opposition and they can address some of those issues raised. Is there anyone in opposition? Yes. Okay. Please step up, and I'll give you an opportunity to address this once again. Good morning. Can you put your name on the record?
Yeah, my name is Roger Barbiero. I own Village Liquor in Rockville Center.
What's the address of Village Liquors?
156 North Village Avenue.
Okay, I don't have you as one of the closest. How close are you to this store?
Within a mile. This is Nathan. He owns the big store he was talking about, which is 0.6. And I'm about...
Nathan?
Nathan.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're at Bargain Liquors?
Bargain, yeah.
And you'd like to address this?
I would. We do have some data. I don't know if it's too late, not timely to do it. He has partitions, and these are
Okay. Can you step up and speak into the mic so be on the record?
And
in case you're curious.
yes. Like one? I'm sorry, we have another one.
That's fine, we'll share.
The red circle shows a mile radius of the store of the applicant. The other circles show how that intersects with all the other stores that are in the area.
What's the radius, a mile?
A mile. And that's only part of it. If we did a 2-mile radius, we would have seen a lot more stores coming in. This area has quite more stores around it. Rockville Center is a small town in comparison to some other municipalities. The amount of liquor stores that are there now, we're fighting every day for business with each other. See, Nathan's sales have gone down. Mine have been steady, but the only reason my sales have been steady is we have some big discounters within a 2-mile radius in some of the other towns that sell for $1 or $2 above cost, which brings our markups down.
Do you have internet sales?
He does. I just contracted an investment of about $6,000 to develop one, which I signed the papers a couple of weeks ago, which should be active for the fall season.
What's the size of your store?
I have 2,800 square feet of selling space.
Oh.
And I carry around in wine, I would say, about 1,250 SKUs of wine. Nathan may have more than me. We also have a situation coming up where there's going to be a Costco within 5 miles of us in Oceanside, New York, which is on a straight line, which is going to be should be a draw and take business from everybody in the area. So we're saying, well, does this really serve the community for one? I don't think it does. And will it hurt us? Well, I don't buy the 90-10. I think over time, even if that's the intention, will change. So this business has got to come from someplace. It's got to come from the surrounding stores. Bargains just had a store open up. How close to you?
Well, within I would say within the 4 closest, none of these are new. So it may be further.
Yeah, he's got one
than
American
7/10.
Eagle, opened up on Rockaway Avenue, which is a stone's throw from him. And that opened up when? A few months ago.
What percentage of your sales are internet-based for you?
20%.
20%?
Sometimes 10%, sometimes 15, between 15 to 20%.
Okay, thank you.
So, my name is Kantar. My name is Nathan Sarkany. I'm the owner from Bargain Liquor, 172 Sunrise Highway. The problem, first for the parking lot, Sunrise Highway, Rockville Center, is a very big problem with the parking lot. The other side, every year, the sale is coming down, percentage is coming down, and we keep the staff from 5-6 years ago to now. I keep it because it's not fair to fire them, everybody, because they have a family, they have to take care of the family. So if you check, every year the sale is coming down and the percentage is coming down. And the other side, if internet, if it's 90% internet, we can stay at home and do internet. It's not to pay $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 rent for the internet. I do internet too. Everybody's all the liquor store does internet, almost.
The American Eagle
And it's
store
not
is
too much
0.9
any day.
That American Eagle store is just over 0.9 miles from the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
And that is the main customer. They sign it for they don't need a Rockville Center anymore. Liquor store because too many liquor stores right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lynn, do you want to address us?
Mr. Lynn, can you explain how your client can say that it's 90%
Yes,
internet
and
for
I-
a business that's not
I
started
won't
yet?
answer for him. I'll let Mario discuss that for you.
Sure, well, 90% sounds like a large number, but it's all relative. The store is a small space, and I'm concentrating on organic wines, gluten-free, vegan wines. Anybody who's vegan and drinks wine, you're not vegan, because chances are there's some sort of animal product in there. So anybody who wants a cheap wine, $3, $4, $5 a bottle, bargains, they can go to any other store that's already there and buy those wine. That's fine with me. In addition, for liquor, gluten-free, organic. So while I have to have some or the most popular liquors in the store, it's going to be a limited amount. It's just going to be as much as is practical. Otherwise, I'm going to try and I'll keep the store 100% organic if I can.
So who are the distributors who sell vegan wine?
Distributor. I know that there's one supply. Right.
There's not too many organic.
Well, sir, I'm asking him a question.
Well, in terms of distributors, I'm not sure yet. I work on the wholesaling side.
Who are the producers?
Right, I was. I know that it's a growing business, and it's just going to continue to grow. I know that there's many brands of vodka, especially, standing out as organic and gluten-free.
What are they?
There's Real Russian. There's Hampton's vodka. There's Earth Mama. Those are some of the vodkas that are organic. Wines is growing in Europe as organic, and people are demanding organic wine. In terms of Rockville Center, I don't know what people want in organic wine. However, that's why the internet is important. People Google organic wine. I'm going to put myself at the top of the list.
How did you find this location?
Yes.
My mother was looking for a place, to own a store, and then I would have I would pay her rent. I don't work for her, but she would own it, and then I would pay rent. You know,
Is your landlord?
She'd be the landlord, so it's not $4,000 or $5,000 in rent. What was the term? Sweetheart. Exactly.
So why Rockville Center?
It's a good location. They like the traffic. There's a parking lot across the street, and there's meters right in front. And every time I drive there, there's always at least one or two spots you can park right away.
But the parking lot also, to be correct, is also for the railroad station.
Right.
It's not that extensive that it's just for the store.
So can I just ask a question of the protesters here? How much organic wine do you or the other stores around that area sell? Do you know?
There's not too many organic wine. Just one or two companies, they have the organic wine, and maybe 3 or 4 vodka. Right now, nothing.
Sure.
And we don't sell any. We have it around 10, 12 items.
You have 10 to 12 organic items?
Yes, that's it. And people maybe buy not one person. No.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm ready to vote.
Yes.
I deny the application. I feel like public convenience and advantage isn't served by adding one more store to this location. There's 5 stores within, actually 7/10 of a mile, and the items that he's offering have already been offered in the area, so I deny it.
And I think even if you, based on this map, look beyond the most immediate 5 stores, is I think a number of stores that provide the public convenience and advantage necessary, especially on Sunrise Highway. So I also deny.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
814, Lilith.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. Here with me are Michelle Kaufman and Philippe Lesbray, who are the principals of the new corporation. We have a situation here where the community board has not given their support for this application. Michelle Kaufman had appeared before the board a few months ago and paid a $10,000 fine for a boxing exhibition, that was held at the premises for disorderly premises, lack of proper security, etc. And that had been paid. When Michelle went back to the community board, they stated that, well, we had this horrendous situation at the premises and that there were additional noise complaints, and based upon those two events, we don't think that there should be, that we should approve the transfer application. The transfer application incorporates certain things that, well, first of all, unlike the community boards in Manhattan, where they have procedures for stipulations to enter into with the licensee, many of your Bronx community boards don't do that. I did not go to the community board meeting, and I don't believe that it was discussed with regards to stipulations. But what my client would like to do is to address those problems which were raised by the community board and see whether it could be persuasive enough for the board to approve this transfer. First of all,
one of the complaints from the community board is that your client came, this is your prior license, when you addressed the community board sometime before September, they actually supported your new application. But then after the events in October, they withdrew that support, and they actually sent us a letter denying approving this application. But my issue is that they discussed the noise issue that they had, and then in October, the events that caused you to pay the authority $10,000 for the, I guess, illegal boxing match and the noise that progressed. So even if the community board had stipulations, I don't know if that would solve the issue that they've had with you. They let you know what the issue with the noise and the community around you was suffering from that noise, and yet you still continue to have events there. So I don't know if stipulations would agree, make the community board agree to have this location license.
Well, what I believe probably would have is because one of the situations that are normally on the stipulations is promoters, and I don't think that she was aware of or fully understood that it's usually promoters that bring problems, and this was a promoted event, and it was, as unfortunately with promoted events, the licensee is not told all the bad side. They're only given the spin as to all the good things that can come of it.
But Mr. Lynn, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have a promoted event on their Facebook page for April 18th. It says hosted by @swoosh163.
My client addressed that.
I think that is just, sorry. Could you hear me?
Yes. Can you state your name for the record?
Michelle Kaufman. That, I believe, is just the DJ who is going to be at my premises doing an event for us. Just like everyone in the community, all the bars, all the restaurants, they also host DJs, and they also have all promoters, but I haven't worked with any or paid any promoters since that whole big problem. And before that problem, we haven't had any problems really either in like the last year before that. And the last time that I did go to the community board was just for when I had to renew the previous license, but after that I didn't go before them at all.
You're specifically asking to license the outdoor area that you have. You have an outdoor area that's above the premise?
The backyard?
Yes.
Yes.
It's outdoors, right? Okay. So you've never received noise complaints because they're homes that abut that area, correct?
But They're like way back in, okay, I have the back area, but then someone owns the back of that back area. There's like another lot there. Then there's a street, and then there's I think we have the map. And then there's another block.
I've seen pictures that you submitted with your application.
Right.
And I'm familiar with the area.
Okay,
so that's why I'm asking specifically that location.
It's like my restaurant, my place. Then there's my backyard. Then there's another lot that someone else owns. And then there's the street, and then there is the houses. There's like 4 or 5 houses, and then it's the cemetery, and then everything else is commercial.
How many people that you can accommodate in the outdoor
The public
space?
assembly is 164.
Okay.
164.
Commissioner, I do have letters from the tenants in her building. There's 3 tenants, well, 4. The landlord also has a residence in the building, saying that they've never complained of any noise events across the street. These are all commercial. There is a first floor, but many of them are not occupied. The one that is occupied, we do have a letter from them with regards to never having any noise complaints. And the one house that's around the corner off of East Tremont, we also have a letter from her. So there, it's not that it's highly residential area. East Tremont and Bruckner Expressway is not in that area is not heavily residential. In addition to that, it's not saturated with licensed premises. There are only 4 in the area, and one of them is the diner that's on the Bruckner Expressway. And there is there's one down East Tremont which has caused the community problems, and I think that unfortunately it's guilt by association with regards to that premises. Possibly, it's only conjecture on my part, but we haven't had any experiences. One of the other things is that Felipe has been brought on because he has experience in the restaurant business. He will be full-time, even though my personal questionnaire did not set forth full-time. And it seems like everything has a story, but I took this application over from another attorney, and I was told that it was 90% done, and all I had to do was just file it. So I did give it a cursory review. When the problem with the Bronx came up, I did tell my client that we have to have somebody who has experience that will be full-time there, and that's when Felipe quit his job and is now full-time at the premises. In addition to that, I told them that they need proper supervision with regards to a competent security personnel. I have a copy of the security personnel that's there now who provides the security and whatever they need, because Mondays through Thursdays are extremely slow. Even Friday and Saturday has become comparatively slow, so it's hard to state exactly what the number of security people will be. So I don't have a statement to that effect, but he hires into what he considers to be necessary in order to maintain proper management and supervision of the premises. We're also trying to be able to show that we want to maintain or try to meet the desires of the community board. We're willing to stipulate that from Sunday to Thursday we would only stay up till 12 midnight, only stay open till 12 midnight, and Friday and Saturday being 3 o'clock in the morning, being really the only business that they really do at the premises. Again, just in order to see whether, in fact, there can be some compromise with regards to this licensee, because there are somewhat extenuating circumstances, I feel.
Is there anyone in opposition? No? Okay.
Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, one question. Mr. Lin, so in your 500-foot hearing, you said that there will be recorded background music and dancing will not be permitted. And then we have here that a DJ is coming in on April 18th.
Well, I was told there was no dancing. I have to let my client.
I forget the dancing. What about the recorded background music?
Well, the community board didn't have an issue with any kind of DJ, and dancing I don't allow because obviously we don't have, I mean, there was a cabaret on the premises, but then I took off the cabaret when I first took the space. But there's never any dancing. It's just DJ and a jukebox, just maybe like once a week.
So my issue really isn't with whether the community board has an issue with DJing. My issue is with the representations that are being made, either to the community board or to us, and the past history of not following through with those representations. And so if at the hearing your attorney is saying there's recorded background music, this is September of 2014, and then I'm sure, I don't know what happened at the boxing match, but obviously the noise was pretty loud, and then we're talking about DJs coming in and not playing background recorded music, I assume. And so the question goes to the credibility here. So that's my issue.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that I don't have DJs, like every other place on the block has DJs.
And you can have DJs,
Right.
but you should say you're going to have DJs and then
But
have
this is-
DJs, but
right.
not say you're going to have recorded background music and then
No,
have
I
DJs.
I would never say that because you can walk in and there can be a DJ anywhere. So I do have a DJ occasionally, not every week because it's expensive and I can't afford it. So if I can, I do it not every week, just maybe a couple of times a month.
And on the application, DJ wasn't checked.
Wasn't checked.
It just says recording.
Again, Commissioner, just because that happens to be a very serious issue, I did take over this application. It very possibly may have been my fault. I don't remember, to tell you the truth, but I don't remember at that time having discussed about DJ or no DJ.
All right, I'm ready to.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to deny the application. What concerns me is that it is a 500-foot case. The community board does not support the approval of this application, but specifically because of your track record. I know you paid a $10,000 fine, but it doesn't seem as if you even supervised the location. You said you were not present during that specific event. You're still responsible what takes place at this location. And being that the community board even specified that they discussed the issues of noise with you, and then still, to no avail, nothing has been done. And you still want the outside location licensed, part of that part of the premise, and that could be contributing to the noise. So I deny the application. If by chance you go back and you talk to the community board, then I would suggest submit a new application because I think the method of operation should change as well. So my vote for this application is to deny.
And I agree with Commissioner Green.
Mr. Lynn, are you ready to recall the 48? Not yet, or?
I don't see him here.
Okay. Send me an email. 894, Cost Cut Liquors.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Henry Warakomsky. I'm for the license. The applicant, this is a new liquor store application in Melville, Long Island.
This overlaps.
Oh, this one was actually on before.
Oh, first.
Yeah, and when I reviewed this report, it was still pending, but I think we denied that Farmingdale.
The other one?
Yeah, it's here. 3515 was denied.
Because we had an overlap and then we denied it.
This one was filed a month after that one, so I didn't hold the Farmingdale one up.
Got it.
But that one was disapproved at the last board meeting.
How close was it to this location?
Doesn't say, let me. Straight.
Possible.
2.3 miles.
Not ringing any bells.
I did see from this location, right? I did see that we received a letter in opposition from a closer store. Anyone in opposition? Okay. Okay.
I want to show you, this is a diagram. This is a unique location because it's in it's on a residential block off 110. And it's all residential houses, so you can see.
You gotta put that on the record, Mr. Warakomsky.
Whole area is all residential houses.
That on the record of the microphone.
This whole area, to the left of it, it's all resident. It's over 950 units of residential houses and condos. There's a new condo section, 260 units, that is being completed for 55 and over within a quarter mile of this location. And so this is where the public convenience is. All these people that live there, they're in walking distance of this store. They don't have to go to 110, which is a very busy area. And we submitted a petition from some residents that come to Costco. Costco is right across the street from this location, and people that leave Costco can go right into this location. So it's convenient, there's convenience for the public.
I see there's at least two of the closest stores within 1/8 of a mile.
1/8?
1/8. And I'm curious to see, it's about, you have the Stu Leonard's, which is about almost 11. Oh, I'm sorry, I said 1/8.
Yeah, we got 1.8.
1 mile. It's almost 2 miles.
Yeah.
But this is a driving area. Everyone pretty much drives. You're saying that the people that reside close to you can walk to your store. Okay, but one of the concerns I have within 2 miles, there's about 13,000 square foot of but also with the closest store. So what are you offering that community that isn't provided with the
we're offering public convenience.
15,000 square
I know, but we're offering public convenience. It's in a short distance to all these homes. Plus, there's office buildings within a half a mile away, over 1,000 offices in that area too. And people have to come up our block. It's public convenience. They don't have to go. They don't have to go onto 110. 110 is a busy road.
Is this a, do you have parking spaces
Yes,
at this
25
location?
parking spots. It's right next to a 7-Eleven store, where customers from 7-Eleven can go right next door and buy the alcohol. And right next to it is it's a Subway next to us and a 7-Eleven, within 200 feet.
And the Costco is across?
Yes, right across. People come, I think we sent a petition, signatures, and these are people coming out of Costco. They can go straight across. So this is where the public convenience is. They don't have to go 2 miles away to another store.
Okay, my question for the applicant. So currently, you list that you're a part-time student. What do you do the other part-time?
I was working at Heart Agency, but I fractured my femur, a car accident, and because of that, I can't really stand for that long.
What's Heart Agency?
It's a tasting agency. That's how I got my experience in the liquor business.
So what brands were you tasting for?
I started when I was 18, so it was a lot of flavored vodkas at that time, but I went to a lot of stores in Deer Park, Huntington area, so.
You can taste when you're 18?
Not taste, I was offering.
That's an interesting job.
And we have somebody here who's experienced in the business. He's a retired liquor salesman, and he's going to work in the store with her as an assistant manager. If you want to talk to him, he's here.
And so your funds come from?
The accident.
Excuse me?
The accident settlement. You got an accident settlement.
Oh, God. And so you're hiring as the experienced person, that person is going to be your manager, consultant, assistant manager?
His name is Marv Polino, if you want to, he's here.
How much time will he be spending at the location?
He'll probably be there when I'm in school, but probably, I would say 4 or 5 days a week.
What school are you in?
LIU Post.
Do you have any other family members that own liquor stores?
Yes, my uncles.
And where are they located?
Oyster Bay, Rossett area, basically in Nassau.
Will they be participating in assisting you in running the store?
No.
Well, how many uncles and how many stores?
I would say 3 of my uncles own 1 store each.
But they're gonna have nothing to do, this is her
Yeah.
store, it's her money, and, you know, she's devoting the time here. But, like I said, it's a unique location because of all these houses, and there's 260 units that are coming in by June for 55 and over, within walking distance, this location.
And we don't have any pending application for near Costco?
Not at that
Any
address.
other address? Okay. Marty?
I'll approve it.
I'll approve it as well. Good luck.
852, GWC.
Good morning. Stacy Weiss, representing the applicant, GWC LLC, located at 3 East 176th Street in the Bronx. Let me first tell you that this store, which is located in the Bronx, it's been there for over 40 years. It recently went out of business in February of this year. My clients were going to take over the store, but due to circumstances, the store went out of business. They were negotiating with the landlord to take over the space. They signed a letter of intent, and they came to an agreement, and they did sign the letter of intent back in December. Back in December. We recently found out that a store was given a license back in January nearby, and we checked out that store, and
I don't know if they're open yet.
the store, my clients went over to that store, and they were given a license based on some representations that they made to the authority, and we found that some of those representations did not seem to be truthful, according to what we found. I sent in some paperwork to the authority recently, and my clients, of course, want to talk about what they would like to do with their store. And based on some of the information that they had given you, the issue did not really seem to be the other 4 stores that were nearby. It didn't seem to be an issue so much. So I'm going to let my clients talk about what they would like to do with the store if they are given the opportunity to get a license for their store.
Okay.
So this is Ian, and this is John, and they would like to give you some information about their experience and what they would like to do.
Before you do that, I see there's someone in opposition. Can I hear from them?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Jason Zen, and I'm speaking here on behalf of my father, because my father, he's the owner of the JNW.
What's your father's name and the address of the store?
His name is Ian Jen, and the address for his liquor store is 1843 Grand Concourse. And my father, he took over the license in October 2013, and the ENG Liquors just opened a new store at 1888, which is on the Jerome Avenue, and we already see some loss of business, like in these couple of 2 weeks.
But you know, the location that this application is for has already been licensed for a period of time there.
Yeah.
So that store existed even when your father put in an application to the authority. So he knew that this location existed as a liquor store.
Yes.
But you're saying that sales have changed.
No, you're talking about the ENG?
ENG was just licensed, but this location that the application is for, the address where these gentlemen want to apply, that store existed already when your father put in an application.
Yeah, I know, because I think that store was closed in February for...
Of this year.
Yeah.
But your father's been in business since 2012.
Yeah. And during the time, like from February to April, he said sales increased a little bit. But when the ENG opened, the sales like decreased like little by little every week. By the time the ENG opened. And I think if there's another store that's allowed to open in this community, and that will mean 3 licenses have been approved in 1.5 years. And there's not enough business in this neighborhood for another liquor store.
Okay, you're up on the Grand Concourse, correct?
Yeah.
Jerome is a hill. There's
Yes.
a big hill down. So, and 2 different subway lines.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do want to address what he just stated because they overlapped completely. When they closed, the other one opened, so there was a complete overlap. So there was no time when there wasn't a store in one location or the other, so there was no real break in the stores. So there was always a store. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I wanted to, before I let them talk, I do want to mention just a couple of things about ENG. They did make a representation that they would carry certain brands of liquor. They made representations about African and Dominican. Neither have been in the store since. Only Brugal, I think it's pronounced. And they have an advertisement, which I have on the last page of my paperwork. That's the only thing that they carried. I have an audio and videotape that's clear. They don't carry anything else, just usual brands. Also, the store is set up in such a way that if you look at it, it does look like it should be a type of a bulletproof store, except it just doesn't have the glass on it.
I saw that, at least in the limited pictures that you submitted, you have to buzz to get into the
Well,
store?
at night, they lock the door. They look you over. Actually, my client was there. He could describe it a little bit better, but you go to the door, the owner stands at the door, looks you over, he'll unlock the door, let you in, lock it again behind you. You go in, you purchase what you want. He takes the bottle off the shelf behind him. You're not allowed to touch the liquor. Liquor's behind him. The counter is about as wide from here to you, all right? So you can't even, you have to use binoculars to see it. And then he gives it to you, and, now there's wines behind him on shelves. Each shelf, not each shelf, some of the shelves have maybe 2 or 3 bottles of wine on them. And then any shelf near the door is bare. You saw a couple of the pictures.
I saw the
They're
pictures.
Bare. Anything near the door is bare.
Okay, but tell me what these applicants
Yes, so
are
they're
going to do.
going to tell you about their business plan, which
my name is Ian Franklin, and I'm representing, I'm a principal of GWC. One of the things, we've done a lot of due diligence in the area, going around to the 4 closest, now 5 closest liquor stores, just to kind of see the area, what the competition is, and for the most part, the existing locations are relatively the same, selling the same brands, selling the same kind of liquors. They haven't been updated aesthetically at all. The location that we have been talking over with the landlord who brought us into this, and he was the one who actually presented it to us while we were looking, showed us the space, and we see a lot of potential with it. We want to make it more of a modernized version of a liquor store, with the use of, again, we mentioned colors, stainless steels, LCDs. I truly wish that we could make it an open store. We don't feel as though now is the best time to make it an open store. We would like to put in, at some point, a petition to have it changed. But we do feel that the community does in fact want us there. When we were putting up the notifications that we were applying for a license, we were asked many times, when are you guys opening? Are you guys going to be back? We miss you. We've even investigated the Better Business Association in the area, which we look at becoming a part of. The AA Association over on Fordham, we want to do sponsorships with. Our main want is to bring modernization into our liquor store. As I mentioned, most of the liquor stores sell the same liquors, the same kind of whiskeys, the same kind of rums, the same kind of gins. We want to kind of bring more of the trendy things while still maintaining the aspects of the traditional liquors that everybody carries. You can't have a liquor store and not have the standards. I'll refer to.
You have a 720 square foot space, and you propose to do everything that is popular, it seems, or what the market's demanding, and then on top of that, you want to have a completely different line of liquors and wines?
Yes.
Thank you.
What's that? Yeah, well, as you know, with modern media and the different flavorings of traditional ones, such as flavored vodkas that are now coming out, we can still maintain the standard brands, such as, if I may use, like Jack Daniels, and different gins like Tanqueray, things like that, as well as the new ones that are coming out, the different brands, the ones that people are seeing advertised. Like the Deuce from, which has been put out by Jay-Z, who's pretty much an icon at this point, De Leon tequila, and things like that. Ciroc pretty much bi-monthly comes out with new flavors. And while the old ones kind of phase out, the new ones phase in. So that's our plan. We don't see a lot of change in what's going on.
Is your location actually on top of the hill?
Our location's at the bottom. If I may address the...
There's a subway station right there.
We don't feel that the gentleman store is in direct competition with us. They are up all the way on the hill on Grand Concourse, which does have its own mode of public transportation. We're at the bottom where we have our own.
If you look at I don't know if you have the photograph, but I actually kind of drew like a sight line from the train station. When you come down the number 4 train on the steps, right on 176th Street, on Jerome, you're actually looking directly at the store. Your line of sight is right there. You're looking directly at the store, and then when you look at the store, you cross the street to the store. Now, about a block up is a Key Food, which is almost acts as an anchor. So you have a Key Food right up the block. So it's a pretty new Key Food. So you have the anchor store. So this is really an idea. That's why it's lasted this long. This store has been continuously licensed, I believe, for almost 45 years.
Okay. We're ready to vote.
We're ready to vote.
The store that you're, actually the location you're going in has been licensed up until about a month or two ago. It's not adding a new store to this area, so I approve.
I approve.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. $489, Liquor Castle, Brooklyn.
849?
849.
I knew what you meant. 702.
Today.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for Liquor Castle Brooklyn, and my client's the applicant. This is a liquor store being applied for on Ralph Avenue. It's to be a non-bulletproof store, but there will be connections within the store to make it further different than the other stores in the neighborhood. There'll be connections.
What are the connections? What?
Describe
that.
What, you want to describe the...
Do you have pictures of what you're planning to put up? You may not be in the store yet, but...
Yeah, we'll have the plan.
They're going to be connections. They're going to be, I have not seen any pictures, but they're going to be connections so that customers can use their iPads and connect to some websites to help,
outlets.
to help the consumer
decide what they want to buy in the store.
Okay. So that your customer will be able to walk through the store and take the product off the shelves?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We've submitted a couple of hundred signatures. We have a bunch more, if I may hand them up. A few more pages.
But let me see, are you in opposition to this application? All right, let's hear from the opposition and then we'll come back.
We have this already.
Oh, these signatures.
There's more. I'll look at them.
Okay. I'll split them.
Yeah, Timothy Allen for Liquor on 56th. It's the second closest store. There's actually 3 other stores here in opposition, so that's all 4 of the 4 closest stores are here. My client's store is at 5614 Church Avenue. It's about 2/10 of a mile away. It's like 3 blocks. And all 4 of the stores are less than 0.2 miles away. Yeah, this would be the 4th store within 1,200 feet. My client's sales declined from 2014 after a slight increase from 2012 to 2013. In fact, 3 of the 4 closest stores have declining sales, while the 4th has such limited sales, it's a wonder it's still in business. And that would be 637 Remsen.
Is this an open store?
Now, these are 2 of the 4 closest with Boulevard.
This one is one of them?
Yes. In 2014, 637 Remsen reported sales of 108,000. Before that was a slight increase. Before that, 3 years in a row, sales had declined. My client's store sales have been somewhat steady, but they did decline last year by $50,000. In this zip code, there are 2 zip codes here between my client and the applicant. Both zip codes have declined. Mine client's population has gone from 84,000 to 80,000 in the last 10 years. That's from 2000 to 2011. And 11236 has declined also. I understand the applicant wishes this to be a non-bulletproof store, but I don't know that that's going to be realistic. 67th precinct is still the second most serious crime.
I thought they said it was a bulletproof store.
No. It is an open store.
In fact, there was a robbery at 409 Kings Highway, which is about 3/10 of a mile away. I have that from the local newspaper, East Flatbush neighborhood. So I think, while they may want to do that now, it may not be realistic for the future. And I don't believe public convenience and advantage will be served because, as I've said, all 4 of the closest stores have had declining sales. I don't know that another store can be supported in this neighborhood.
Would you like to put your name on the record in the store that you represent?
637 Renson Avenue, Brooklyn, New York.
Okay, and your name?
Bernice Pierce.
Thank you. The second closest.
Marilyn Juven, 9315 Church Avenue, Neighborhood Liquor.
Okay, thank you.
Pierce,
637. Okay, thank you.
I don't know how close I am, but my name is Suven Chen, 9515 Church Avenue, Tot Liquor Inc.
Okay, thank you. We have you.
Pearson wanted to say that there were 3 break-ins at her store in the past year. 3 burglaries.
This year?
637.
Yes, 637.
Okay, thank you.
Dynasty Chan, I was on 1008 Fallon Road.
1008?
Yeah. It was 10 block away.
10 blocks away?
Yes.
Yes, 45 miles.
Before I make a little more oral presentation, I'd like to submit a couple more documents for the record. I do have a letter of support from Community Board 17, and I also have a letter from State Senator John Sampson, where he writes, "It is my belief that this prospective establishment will boost economic development as it will steer a great number of commercial traffic to the Canarsie area of the district. It is the intent of the applicant to provide a positive and satisfying shopping experience. The absence of preventative measures that kept the clients restricted to the front of the store will not be part of this environment. Instead, members of the public will be permitted to peruse the store and obtain information about their choice selections. The absence of bulletproof glass and security bars promises to facilitate social interaction." Community Board and State Senator.
And the landlord is the beer wholesaler that is your client's husband.
That is correct. In my written submission, we've shown new development in the community, including directly across the street a car dealership, and very nearby a new mall anchored by BJ's. The residents of this area deserve a modern, non-bulletproof store with 21st century convenience, including the educational web connections described a couple minutes ago. And my client will also have wine tastings, which I don't know whether any of the existing bulletproof glass stores have any wine tastings for the convenience of the public.
Do any of you have wine tastings? You do? Occasionally?
None of the four closest stores are on the same street. And if you have any questions about anything further, either myself or my client will be happy to answer them.
With the issue of the element of crime that has existed in this area based on the representation from the opposition, when you've gone to the area and searched out this location, in order to make it an open store, are you comfortable with the surrounding area? And basically, if that's what you sign on to, it would have to be an open store.
She's willing to commit to have an open store. She's familiar with the neighborhood. The C-licensed business owned by her husband is, it's contiguous,
right,
correct?
It's right on Canarsie, and there was never burglary. We didn't see any robbery over there for the last 5 years as I work in there. And the Canarsie population increased for the last year by 17%. So at this.
Are you going to be at the store?
Yes.
Are you going to have anyone assist you, a manager, or
Yes,
just?
I'm gonna have a manager. I'm gonna have two cashier. On weekends we're gonna have two, and I'm gonna have 2 floor persons.
So obviously there's crime throughout the city. There's crime in every section of Brooklyn. There's crime here. She's willing to assume the risk of having an open store. And if she chooses to have an open store, and she's comfortable with not having bulletproof glass, I think that is a welcome addition to the neighborhood.
If you see the income, the average income is already by 13% higher than anywhere. So it means that the quality of life is higher in Canarsie.
But the gross sales in, I would say, 3 out of the 4 closest that I have declining sales.
Yeah, they have bulletproof store. The people afraid to go inside there, and they really didn't experience. They really does not experience the shopping convenience there. If you want to buy, you want to touch, you want to see the bottle, you want to ask the person about this bottle. As we planning to have 2 iPads throughout the store, so the people could do the intelligent choice to choose what they want. If we don't have it, the wine that they wish, we're gonna order it. And we collected 260 for signature, as you can see, they're all in Canarsie. The people looking for the open wide store with no bulletproof glasses and bars on windows.
And as far as the gross sales, I believe one of the stores shows an increase from 420 to 487 to 663. And another store has sales.
And then a decline to 643.
A little decline. The store at 5614 Church grosses over $1 million, with a very slight decrease from 2013 to 2014. So I think having this store contiguous to the wholesale C license business, having an open store with modern conveniences will certainly benefit this section of Brooklyn and serve the public convenience.
Yeah, we should bring the Canarsie area to the 21st century because it doesn't look like now, with all liquor store around. It seems like it was in the 80s.
Well, at least, what's going to be your main focus? Are you going to have, what's the percentage of spirits versus wine?
We're planning to have wines. I guess it's going to be around big choice, around 60% of wine. People seeking for the wine because when I work with the C license, they're asking for the spirits and wines, and they have very different tastes. And they said that they couldn't find them in your store. They have to go somewhere downtown Brooklyn to find the wine that they're looking for. They have to travel far away in order to experience the shopping convenience.
Yes, please.
So for Speak Up, they say the applicants say they are open store. But 5 blocks down there, there's a open store like 3,000 square feet. It's named Canarsie Plaza Liquor Warehouse. They are big open store. So we don't need the 2 open store within the 5 blocks.
I think the applicant didn't know the area because I have owned my business there for a few years already. I know a majority of the people who live in there is South American immigrant. They don't drink a lot of wines. They drink a lot of wines and vodkas.
Oh.
And besides that, their store is only 800 square feet. How would they be able to offer all lines wine and spirits?
Please. You'll have an opportunity. Let me hear from the opposition.
I want to make your attention that I moved in the area 34 years ago. It's supposed to be a certain distance away from a school, and the school is facing right across the street from this really supposed to really plan on building stuff.
Okay. We'll look to see if there's a school. But, sir, let me ask you, what are your hours at your store?
Let's see, I open up at 11. I close at 11.
7 days a week?
6 days. Sunday I'm not open.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, Canarsie Plaza Liquor is 0.7 miles from this.
Okay.
That's a 3,000 square foot open.
Mr. Fogelman, have you been to the location? Is there a school there?
Yeah. I have not been to this location. Why don't you address whatever?
There is no school. There is special disability school for disabled children. It's all locked up, and it's located 200 feet away, 300 feet away. The children never goes out over there.
Wait, so you're saying there is a school there?
It's not a school. It's like special education. So.
That's a school.
It's locked out, and they never go out. Never. Just bus comes and leaves. That's it. It's on another street, and it's not that close.
Well, I think we'll look into it because it doesn't matter. I mean, you can't say they never come out, right? You just said they go on the bus, right? In and out. So, I mean, if school's a school, so it has to be registered with the Department of Education, which is what we're going to check to see if it's a school.
And I would love to add. Can I?
It's diagonal across the street. It's diagonal across the
Mr. O'Brien is finding anything about the school?
I see the school.
Do you know the name of the school, sir?
It's called Hebrew Academic
Special Children. I have the map here.
Hebrew
The name of
Academic.
the school?
HASC. Preschool programs.
Hebrew Academy Special Children.
It's a preschool, special education, universal.
Preschool.
Preschool would have, but I know nothing about the school, and apparently neither do you or your client.
I can send Barry up unless you have CCNA.
You should send that. I believe it is. Again, I have not been there.
It doesn't sound like
Preschool, but
preschool doesn't.
A, I believe it's a preschool from what I'm hearing, and B, I believe it's on a different street. So I think that eliminates the issue with the proximity of this.
Yes, it says they have early intervention, preschool programs, school-age programs, camp.
If it's on a different street, then it's not within the statute.
This is on Ralph. Right. And this is where the school is.
On Ralph.
Why wasn't this indicated on the application?
Yeah, that's saying 555 Remsen Avenue.
Yes, Ramson, right?
Remsen Avenue.
It says school age, ages 5 to 21.
Yep. They're on Ramson.
You want to see the picture? Comparison to the premises? Yeah.
It is? Okay.
It is, right.
Well, you can see it. It's weird the way the street goes. I don't think it's weird.
Well, my concern with this store being located within 0.2 of a mile of existing stores, you're offering pretty much the same product that the closest stores would be offering. Would you be interested in having just a wine store?
I can't answer that for you. I don't know.
Because you mentioned that most people are looking for wine that they cannot find in the closest stores, so I'm interested in knowing if you would have a wine store.
I cannot tell that it's going to be 100% wine. It could be more than, 90%.
Perhaps we can make, I don't think you
Well,
want.
my concern is that in the stores that are already existing, you're comparable in size. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to have an open store, which that's different from the area, but your product isn't going to be any different based on what your representation has been. So I don't want to put another store in there where you're not offering something different. If it's wines that you said that individuals have been trying to obtain certain types, and you would offer what they've been unlucky in finding so far. With that combined with an open store, I would be more willing to license a location, even though it's within 0.2 of a mile, but you're offering two things that the other stores would not be.
I'll make up a number and maybe she will agree with me. If we make a commitment that will carry 65% wine and 35% liquor.
No, that wouldn't
I
persuade
think you're
me.
hearing what we're saying. I think we're saying for liquor, I think it's pretty clear to me that there's enough public convenience and advantage being afforded to the public with the existing stores. So the only thing that she's really adding, the applicant's adding, is the open store and wine. So if that's acceptable, then I would be willing to consider that, which means 100% wine for me.
Can we put this over until the next meeting and then we'll consult and decide whether she's willing to go just for a wine store? And before we do that,
You want to see if that business is going to be viable as a wine store.
correct. And
But I would hold it over until not May 5th. What's the next one?
The 19th.
The 19th. Okay.
What about shopping convenience for the customers?
Those are the one option we're giving you is that the only way we would approve this location is if you're going to be an open store, no option to have a closed store, and no wine store. So the only product you would be able to offer is wine. I will give you until the 21st, right? 21st? No, 19th. May 19th will be the next time we can hear this. And it's your decision. If you're willing to have a store with those two components, that's amenable to us. Okay?
Thank you.
We'll see you on the 21st, no, 19th.
Is the school still an issue that needs to be addressed?
No, but we'll look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Right? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to have this on the 19th.
Bring up what I say, 800 square feet. What about storage? My storage.
Like I said, we're going to have this on the 19th. You're more than welcome to address us then.
I got 918, it's a proposed advisory. I have
a second one. I have one.
Okay, at mine.
I had it as 9:13.
That was 9:13.
9:13, Jackie.
Lafayette line is 8:30.
8:30.
Sorry about the advisory.
Not about the advisory now, right? Yeah, he's
It's all
going
about
first.
legal.
One more. All right, Leonard Fogelman for the applicant and Philippe Pierre, who is the sole principal.
Okay.
This is an application for a new liquor store in Newburgh, New York.
I see there's opposition. Let's hear from the opposition first.
My name is Samuel Clark, principal of Liberty Street Wines and Liquor, and I actually oppose the opening of a new liquor store because
What's the address?
22 Liberty Street.
Okay, thank you.
I oppose the opening of the store because I feel that another store in the area it would cause congestion. I feel that there's really no public convenience or advantage. From what I understand, they're going to sell wines and just wines, but most of the stores in the area all do the same thing. They all sell the majority of liquor. You know what I'm saying? They're all pretty much, 60% liquor, maybe 40% wines, if that. And also, it's to my understanding that the store that's the proposed location is located next to a building that's owned by the House of Joy Church Temple, which is 109 Liberty.
Is it a building that has apartments above?
No, there's no apartments above.
There's nothing, just that?
No, it's just that. And there's actually a restaurant next to the proposed site that does not provide spirits because of that reason, because the church actually owns the building.
They own it and they do services there as well?
I'm not sure if they do services, but I know that I frequent the restaurant and they're not allowed because the building is actually owned by a temple, by the church.
What was that address?
What was the address again, sir?
109.
Mr. Fogelman, the issue brought up, that was raised by the previous gentleman, do you know that building?
Yes, Philippe, why don't you tell them what that building is? I believe it is not a religious institution. It's a building that
The Labor Temple?
the church owns. My client, we have a certificate of occupancy for 10911 Liberty Street, which shows the use as basement, dining room, kitchen, first floor, meeting room, barber shop, store, second floor offices, third floor playroom. It's called, and owned by Loyal Order of Moose, Newburgh, New York.
It says, I have a picture of it, and it does, on the building itself, it says Labor Temple, but then there's a sign that says House of Joy. Firstborn Church of the Living God.
I believe
there are apartments up above, or what appear to be apartments. I do not know who the residents are, or if they're used for offices.
Yeah.
We would have to check that out.
The sign is no longer there that you're speaking of, and I believe our survey may address that.
But we might have to send somebody out just to verify.
This was self-certified by Mr. Fogelman, saying that there was no 200-foot issue.
Yes, because that building is not used as a religious. Based on the C of O or based on
That's supposed
your
to be up to us to
knowledge?
Sure. Yeah, the premise was vacated. I actually saw them emptying out the pews back in November. There hadn't been services there in a number of months. And the building is not exclusively used as a church, as evidenced by just observation, but also the C of O allows for a number of other uses to that building. Bar next door, speaking to the bar next door, who I know the owner and supports Lafayette Wine LLC's application. The reason why they didn't have liquor was not because of the church, but because it wasn't a product they wanted to offer the community as a new bar. They preferred to stick to the soft stuff, the wine, the beer, and have more of a family establishment. There are plenty of places to consume liquor that aren't family friendly for this, what was at the time a new business setting up in Newburgh, which was a bit of a pioneering adventure for them.
So can you tell me what you would be offering that, I believe there's about 2 other liquor stores on that same street.
Sure. Lafayette Wine proposes a product that's completely different than what is currently offered on Liberty Street. Liberty Street Liquors or Wine and Spirits is a bulletproof shop with a very small selection of wine and very, I would say, lowbrow liquor selection. We're offering and proposing to sell wines, sell wines and spirits, specifically local wines, and our application sort of speaks to what those would be from both the Finger Lakes and Long Island. Spirits from the area. Hudson Valley produces a number of spirits and wines that people are interested in discovering because it's hard to find.
So what percentage of your sales will be targeted towards New York State liquor and wines?
20 to 30%. The selection isn't very broad, although it is increasing. And it is going to be an open store. We do want to offer tastings of wine. I know we have to coordinate for spirits with the actual distributor or the importer. But our premise is to educate people about wine, to have an open atmosphere. Our neighbors are new businesses. There's a new coffee shop. There's a new lunch place. With the warehouse bar that the gentleman was describing is also thriving. This is a place that mayor, the city manager, everybody is very interested in seeing this little stretch of Liberty Street survive and thrive, but through new and interesting businesses that speak to both local products and education and selection of things that you can't otherwise find within Washington. It's right next to Washington's headquarters, which is where Washington basically renounced to the British that he wasn't going to accept their rule. And it's a historic district. There's a brewery that opened up 3 years ago that's very successful. Tourism is being brought to the town of Newburgh, which has seen
Excuse me, just for a second. Carrie, you said at least the structure that looks like a place of worship is next door.
It's down the street a little bit. It's at 109. This is 115.
All right, so Barry, somebody over.
I have a note to have him go out.
All right. What we're really going to do is, I really want to know if that location near you is a place of worship. And being that, I may have been able to go with what you represented if it was actually addressed in your application. If it would have said that there was a location, and then you represent that this was no longer an operating church, I would have been able to go with it, but being that it was a self-cert and it wasn't actually mentioned on your application, I prefer to have someone go out, and we can hold this for later. Do you think the 19th? The 19th is fine. Sir, the closest store, what was the address of your store again?
22.
Okay, you're the closest. All right. We're going to hold this over so I can see. Do you know what this location, you had mentioned that may be a place of worship. So we're going to have somebody go out and look at that premise. You're more than welcome to return on the 19th. Okay? All right.
Over to May 19th?
Yes. Two.
This one, right? This one.
But that one, we'll have somebody sign. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so we'll see you on the May 19th. Thank you.
(913) it's proposed advisory supplier distributor marketing permit.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Keith Dano. I am here in support of this advisory. It does.
913. Thank you.
It does two major things that we didn't have before. It allows those foreign suppliers who could get a license because they're part of a treaty and you have an advisory on treaties to be able to get a marketing permit, and that's a very important thing because first of all, it's part of our treaty obligations, and second, it helps to get those goods before the public in a way that they are responsible to the liquor authority. The second thing that it does is it allows a beer wholesaler who owns a brand to be treated as a supplier, because otherwise they could not be treated the same as a supplier when they have contract brewing. There has been a request by Anheuser-Busch to change the advisory from the way it's written to allow the purchase of goods from retailers to do tastings. I suggest first that I oppose it because purchase of goods from retailers to do tastings is a way of giving a gift or service. And just because they can get cold beer that way, that there are better solutions than that. The next thing you'll have is me asking you to let us buy from retailers to do tastings, and it's contrary to the consent decree, and it's contrary to your prior advisories, and even if you want to do it, it belongs on the tasting advisory. So I strongly urge you to pass this as it is.
It also made about a 15-page document, a 4-page document.
Also
Anyone else wants to be heard?
I agree with everything Mr. Danow said, including the request by Anheuser-Busch. I believe it's a gift and service.
Okay.
All right, I approve the draft that we have.
I agree as well. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Next advisory, 914, regarding charitable and or not-for-profit organizations.
Kevin Dano, again, I urge you to pass this just the way it has been rewritten. Originally, it forbade retailers from giving gifts to charity. That has been corrected. It also corrects a confusion in the law when you have a charity that also has a license by saying that the charity can be treated as a charity when it's not on its licensed premises, but should be treated as a licensee when you're on the licensed premise, and that makes a lot of sense.
Anyone else want to be heard? Okay.
Counsel, you have anything?
I again agree with Mr. Danow.
This is a Mr. Danow party. Okay. I approve.
I approve.
Item 9:15 is advisory 20, that's the amending the barrel program.
Kevin Dano again. Discus has put something in yesterday on this. Discus is asking that the supplier be able to put the labels directly on the bottles. As you know, I have had problems with that.
Yes.
I have been trying to work with Discus to come to a solution. I have not been able to. I told them I would ask for it to be put over again. I don't know how we're going to get to it.
I'm ready to vote on the draft that we have. We've had this has been posted online.
This has been online.
Significant amount of time. Discus can make a request in more detail, but as the draft appears now, I'm ready to vote.
Thank you.
Okay, I approve.
I approve.
On
Is there another?
yeah, 9:16, it's a request for declaratory ruling.
I believe they asked to put this over.
They did ask, they actually withdrew.
No.
Yes.
I was so looking forward to it.
This isn't Elke's.
No, this is for Food and Beverage Innovations. They have manufacturing issues with the screens that we're going to have, the advertisements that are no longer going to be part of their business model. So they are withdrawing the request and will submit a new one.
Okay, do we have their withdrawal in writing or
In
email you
email.
can forward me?
Yes.
So this is withdrawn?
Yes.
And if I may, thank you all.
Okay. Recalling 838, 4914 Queens Group.
I was just talking to him. I don't know where he went. Obviously, he went to embarrass me. Yes, Mr. Miller says that's not so hard. Can I just see if he's outside? I don't know where he is.
Yep. Next, okay. 877 and 878.
Is that RGL?
Yeah, RJL. You know that one now. We did receive I received an email yesterday. I didn't have a chance to distribute it, so could you just touch upon what you have?
Yes. Thank you. Bruno Joffrey for the licensee. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Council Farouk. I have a letter, sort of a character letter for the premise from the mayor of the village of Portchester.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw.
We
I
got
don't know
it.
if Council Farouk had a chance. You saw it?
No.
Oh. So other than that, I mean, the letter, I think that I addressed some of these issues. If there's any other issues, I'd be more than happy to answer some questions. And in terms of the alteration application that is prepared at this point, I didn't submit it yet to the authority because I didn't want there to be a situation where it got denied based upon the pending discipline. So, but it is ready to be filed, and it would be filed, the request for permission to alter, as well as the change of method of operation very quickly, probably by Monday.
Are they going to continue to use promoters?
They are not. They are
Can we
not.
get that in writing?
Absolutely, I could have a stipulation to that. In terms of just to know the use, it started clearly this premise wasn't aware of the requirements that they, in addition to have the permission from the town, they had to have permission from the state liquor authority. It wasn't the type of, to have DJ and dancing. It wasn't the type of situation where it was a bait and switch where they were hiding the fact that they were also having some dancing and things like that. They weren't hiding it at all. They thought that they were approved through the town or the village, so that they were approved, and they weren't.
That doesn't explain why they became a focal point.
Well,
have they met with the police department?
They have.
Then?
They have.
Have they made any suggestions on
They
how
have.
to better run this location? Because
absolutely.
it seems as if the police department says it's a drain on the department.
Well, there was at a period of time during the primarily the winter that, or late fall going into the winter, that they hired a specific promoter for a Friday night party. That didn't turn out well, obviously. They had most of their issues on Friday nights. They've since done away with that entire party. They're not having that anymore. Now all they have is a Saturday night that's very low-key in terms of the issues.
So what were the suggestions from the police department?
That was one of them. Get rid of the Friday night issue, and they've complied with that. They've spoken to both the Lieutenant Salerno as well as the Chief of Police that they've met with. You could see from the letter from the mayor that he's, that they have met with them. They've addressed these issues, and going forward, the mayor is confident that there's not going to be any issues going forward.
Counsel's office,
Well, the mayor
General.
it says it's in his individual. He's making this
Yeah,
reference from his individual
capacity.
I understand that because I believe as a
But
mayor.
he's also writing on the village letterhead.
It's on village letterhead, absolutely. But as
Do you find anything inappropriate about that?
Well, I can't speak to what the rules and regulations are for the mayor of the village of Portchester, but I guess he found that he can't, as the village itself, as the mayor, he can't so much endorse a place over others. Maybe, I don't know if there's a conflict of interest. I don't know what the premise was. All I do know is that this mayor can speak. He's been the mayor there for on and off. He just resumed mayor duties, but on and off he's been the mayor there since this place has been in existence. I could tell you it's a place where you have, baptisms, all kinds of things. But on a Saturday night, they do have low-key parties. The problem what happened is that they had a Friday night, which...
I want to see something from the PD.
I'm sorry, Associate General Counsel Marsico was in touch with the police department, and they did concede that things have changed and improved there, despite the recent referrals of February 2015 and March 2015. The counsel's office was not considering a cancellation. The question was simply the appropriate penalty, and was unsure and informed Mr. Jaffe that we were not sure if the members would accept the $10,000 or if the members would want a suspension or some other type of penalty. But based on the communications with the police department, counsel's office was not requesting cancellation.
Yes, and it's my understanding that I believe through Counsel Marsico that she thought that it would a higher penalty would be needed. I pleaded with her based upon the whole reason that, and I'm not saying it's an excuse for the premise, but the whole reason that they, I should say, lowered their standards that they had, had for several years.
Lowering their standards is to abide by the law.
To have this Friday night, absolutely. Since that time, obviously, they've learned their lesson. They lost a significant amount of revenue, and now have to face this fine that they've never had before. Based upon that, I feel that the $10,000 is significant enough to, punish this premise for what they did. They are fully compliant. What's that?
When did they stop the Friday parties that you're speaking about?
I believe it was right after their last, the incident, which was after February 28th. That was a Friday night incident.
Then they had on something on March 1st, March 4th, March 5th.
Well, no, just March 1st, I believe. There wasn't March.
All right, so it doesn't seem to go along with that Friday was the only problem, considering all the other violations. I don't know what day of the week they are off the top of my head, but when you look at June 14, 24, 28, it's not in 7-day intervals, suggesting that it's not all Fridays.
Absolutely. If I could address that. What happened here was, with respect to those June incidents, the police didn't send over SLA referrals on that. They didn't feel that there were any issues that the place itself had problems, that there were other things that were out of the premises responsibility. They never sent over an SLA referral on this. However, once the more recent incidents happened, it's my understanding through Counsel Marsico that they requested all incidents that occurred throughout the year. That was sent over. So the place didn't receive any type of summonses or anything like that, and that period of time was during the World Cup, which there's a huge Brazilian population, and I believe some of the issues in terms of trying to cater to, and this was during the day, it wasn't at night, that some of the issues during the games and things like that occurred during that period of time. And I'd just like to state too that there were some instances in this case with respect to disorderly premise charges, like the March 1st incident. If you read the police report there, in my view, an incident like that, I think, where it's alleged that there were some females that were loud and obnoxious that were removed by security, wouldn't necessarily amount to a suffering or committing a disorderly premise. However, I'm speaking with Ms. Marsico, she wasn't inclined to plead to some and challenge others. This needed to be a global thing. My client, in doing so, did it under the understanding, and with the police department letting them know this, that let's put this all behind us at this point. Let's resolve it all and move forward, and they've done a great job in doing that. I know the police department. I've been in contact with several members who are very happy the way it's running at this point. They've totally gone away from the promotion and what you've seen in some of these charges.
You know, a lot of what you're saying would be a lot more convincing had the most recent events not been in early March, and if we had a year, even 6 months to kind of say, okay, things have changed and improved. We're a month and a half in, and it's hard for us to say, looking at the record, that everything's changed all of a sudden, and that the police department's happy, and that the mayor's, well, I think the mayor's supportive regardless. So it's just, from our perspective, it's difficult to say that.
Well, I think from, I understand what you're saying, that even though you hear from Council Flug that the police department now sees a change, you don't know if it's enough of a track record, so to speak, to understand that. Well, I could tell you.
And it doesn't, it's a mitigating circumstance to a certain degree, but it doesn't forgive everything that they've done improperly over the past year and a half, I guess, or within the past year.
9 months, yeah.
Right. These are 14 charges.
What I would say to that is this. This is a place that had no prior violations up for this 9-month period. They are now obviously on the radar with both the police department as well as the state liquor authority. A $10,000 penalty, if accepted, they're at $10,000. They understand that if they have to go back before you, even in the next month or the next year or the next 3 years, that there's going to be some significant penalty that's going to be assessed on them. And obviously, that in and of itself is a deterrent, as well as, can give the authority some comfort level that they are going to, otherwise it's at their peril.
I'm sorry, I just looked in the system, and we have a recent referral, though, but it's from workers' compensation. Failure to secure workers' compensation coverage and failure to secure disability benefits.
Actually, I believe I have, according to their cabaret application, they had to provide all of that. So I don't know if that's sort of a lapse or something like that, but they've been in full compliance because they have to provide that stuff when they applied for their cabaret.
We received this on April 6th. Your CNC was submitted on what day?
April 1st. Something that I was unaware of.
Yeah, I was unaware of also.
Well, on the matter that's before us, I'm ready to vote. Okay. I have a counteroffer of $15,000.
I actually had a suspension. I'd take your $10,000, but I would have a 10-day suspension. So now that there's only two of us.
We have to renegotiate.
Worked out something in the middle. I could tell you, in terms of the suspension, this place, and I know it's...
Can we just have a moment to discuss, please?
I prefer them to pay the penalty, then, because they have not had any adverse. We do have letters from the mayor, The police have worked with them. I think going forward, they should be, I think, hit more with the financial penalty than the days in suspension. They obviously have the support from the village now.
How about a higher penalty then? $17,500.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, that's our counter. $17,500.
Okay. Yeah, if it's to avoid suspension, obviously. They lost a lot of money during the winter, so they would have to go with that then.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Final time on recall, 838, 4914. Let me see, they gave me the wrong number for those people. 892.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. With me is Ali Talibian, principal.
I just think our question is, you had 109 days from the time that you were required to have your fingerprints taken. Do you have any explanation for that?
No, I have no excuse.
What took so long? Were you out of the country?
First time I didn't go. Second time I was lost.
Were you traveling? Were you out of the country at any time?
No.
I don't know.
Because even if they reapply, I still have. I mean, they satisfy.
Right.
I'm willing to vote for the reconsideration. I'll grant it and return to licensing.
I mean, I'll grant it, but please, in the future, when there's a request being made, and the law says you have to do it in a reasonable time frame, 109 days is unacceptable. So, would you let us know that you're going to make an effort to comply in a reasonable time frame?
Yes.
Okay.
But just know going forward, if you're delinquent, this will deny. This will be a cause to deny this application, and you would reapply.
There will be a renewal at some
Oh
point.
yeah, because they have a
That may be
change in
deficient.
court.
But you do have the fingerprint card now. I got the receipt.
Yeah, I saw that you.
I thought you did.
It
Yes,
says
I
it here, but
otherwise-
no, I don't know it here. Yes, we must. You can call me.
But going forward, when you receive correspondence from the authority, respond.
Thank you.
868, Warehouse 5.
Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi, the charges were not sustained after a hearing.
Oh, I pulled it. Oh, that's why. Okay, got it. Dismiss.
Dismiss.
Thank you.
869 and 870, Gary Cole.
Mr. Mailer, you, in your CNC letter, you deny counts 1 and 2 in the first case.
I don't deny them for the purposes, if the board accepts the penalty, I mean, he has to accept the fact that he violated those sections. I just merely pointed out that those first two sections, the first two charges had, if we were to go forward with the hearing, which I do not want to, there are questions of fact. The second charge especially makes no sense, to be perfectly frank. He submitted an application in 2003. In 2003, he showed the diagram that was described by the investigator that went to the premises on the date in question. What happened was, and I think the investigator got things confused, because there was an application for a kitchen, or at least an extension of the kitchen that was put in. He did it himself, the licensee. And he drew a very cursory, rudimentary diagram and really left out most of the premises except for the kitchen. And I think that's what confused the investigator. But in terms of what the investigator described in his report and what was actually on the premises, the investigator described it to a T. But again, for purposes of trying to...
It's our position that the investigator wasn't confused. And then you go on for charges 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. You say that these are questionable.
But we accept them. I'm not
We don't traditionally accept C&C letters where people are denying guilt.
Oh, we're not denying guilt. If I'm pleading conditional no contest, I'm pleading no contest. I'm just questioning. I'm not even questioning. I'm just trying to explain why I believe the penalty that was suggested is a valid suggestion, and that there are questions on both sides. The licensee doesn't want to contest.
And your offer is $10,000.
That's correct.
I accept.
I accept.
Thank you.
855 Rosefall Catering Hall.
I asked the secretary about this matter. I never got the findings of the hearing officer. So can I ask that this be put over to 2 weeks so that I may put in a controversion?
Controversion? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Move it over to the 5th.
$842 Patel 1.
Mr. Mandler, can I just recall the 855? You want to hold this over for a controversion. I mean, this is for a display. They did not display their license, and for warning signs.
Yeah, the only thing,
the penalty is...
I understand that, but I mean, there is a question of law. The question of law is, I didn't see the hearing. If I had seen the administrative law judge's findings, I definitely would have written something, because the contention of the licensee, and it was agreed to by the ALJ, was that the premises was closed. I maintain, and I just would like to put it in writing, that if the premises is closed, there shouldn't be any violations for not having the license displayed. There shouldn't be any violations for. I understand the technicality of all this, but because I never saw that, I had no. That's the only reason. I just want to speak.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
I get it. Thank you.
Hold over to it.
842 is Patel 1.
Hi, I'm D. Patel. I'm the owner of Patel 1.
What was the calendar number?
842. Yeah, thanks. Travis Barr.
42.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, proceed. Put your name on the record.
D. Patel.
I think the main issue was there was some adverse history.
I'm sorry?
There was a stop placed on the premises.
There was a stop placed on the premises and sale to minor for one of the other locations.
The principal had a pending sale to Intox.
Right.
An offer of $2,500.
That was a different location that an incident happened. Yeah, the lawyer sent a letter into you guys, but we haven't heard a response back.
Yep, we have it.
Okay.
Can I ask about the rent? It's $1 for the first 2 months.
We're renovating the whole entire place because the previous owner, I guess, it was filthy and nasty. So we gutted it. We put new floors down, new sheetrock. So we asked the landlord not to charge. So it's $1 for the first months. Till May 1st will be our first official rent that we paid, which will be $2,500.
Well, you have then the next 2 months are $650.
Oh no! If we opened up in the month of April, the way it was done is 3 months. 2 months will be $1. If we were to open in April, because we thought our liquor license will come in then we'll pay $650, which is the CAM charges. Mm-hmm. If we didn't get our liquor license within the month of April, then May 1st is $2,500. It starts.
I know you have multiple licenses. Are you going to be managing this location, or are you going to have?
We are going to appoint a manager, but currently my partner Suppan and I are going to put hours in. Also, a regional manager, Rena, she will overlook the location also
Okay, just when you have a manager for this location, send a personal questionnaire for
Yes,
this location.
we just didn't do the hiring yet because it was all dependent on the license, so we didn't want to hire someone not having a date of opening. So that's what's holding us up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. At your other location, you had police officers telling your employee not to sell to an intoxicated person, and they still sold to the intoxicated person with the police officers right there.
Yes, I did hear about that at 11:30 at night. I got a phone call at my house letting me know of the incident. We dealt with it right then. I did talk to the liquor investigator, and the girl, I guess, froze, or her excuse was she froze. She didn't understand what they were talking about because I think it was a
I
sting.
think her excuse was that she didn't speak English and didn't.
That's what she was claiming, that she didn't understand. What we actually did is throughout the whole entire company, throughout all my stores, we run liquor awareness program. We did make every manager to every employee, and company itself paid for those fees to make everyone aware that this cannot happen. The employee was suspended.
Mm-hmm. Just know that since you have multiple licenses, if you're going to rack up a lot of underage sales, it may cost you.
Yes, I definitely understand.
All your licenses. It'll affect others because of the character and fitness question of the principal, which would be you and Sapan Patel?
Yeah.
So, right.
So it was, did they actually sell to underage? Because we were aware.
Intoxicated person.
Oh, intoxicated.
No, Sapan Patel has an unauthorized trade name and a sale to minor.
Okay.
That was September 9, 2014, and we accepted an offer of $3,000. Oh, we accepted the offer on, wait a second.
The charge was on.
Yeah, the charge was on 4/25/14, and we accepted the offer on September 4, 2014.
But to one of his locations, though, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yes, this is the first one that we're partnering up together.
Right, but if two
definitely understand. Yes.
Growing, but you're not able to oversee properly, then it becomes a concern for us. So
yes.
Just be aware of that.
Yes,
please. Okay.
definitely. We are a young company, and we're learning.
All right, on this application, I approve.
Okay, I approve.
For that other one that we had, the 2,500 that we plead, is that?
You'll hear from counsel's office on that.
Okay, so we'll reply. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
893, Chauncey Wine and Liquor.
Good afternoon, John Springer for the applicant. With me is Ryan Rainford, the principal. This is a new liquor store on East Gun Hill Road in the Bronx. I know there was some opposition in writing. I'm not sure if anybody's here.
I think this also overlaps with another application we have, so we're just trying to get it together.
No, this is the one in Hamilton that we spoke about.
I'm sorry, that was
That one is the one that it refers to in the note. It says Hamilton, that's located in Manhattan.
Oh,
And
got
was
it.
a mistake.
Okay. And we can go forward.
This is a small store, 400 square feet, the principal and one employee. The nearest store to the south is 0.6 miles. The nearest store to the north is 0.7 miles. Excuse me. The closest store has had increasing sales. In 2014, they had their best sales for the last 5 years. I think this is a good location. Also, the closest store is across a railroad overpass in another part of town. This is the second location this gentleman's gone for. He tried for one in Bronx under the same corporation. It was just too saturated. We think this is a much better location, and we believe the application would meet public convenience and advantage.
Is there anybody protesting? No?
Okay.
I approve.
I approve. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Good luck. Jackie, will you call the other 5 minutes?
Okay, we're going to take a short 5-minute break. It was on everything. Something we had internally, no big. Sorry. Right. Is that your person? Yeah, I don't. Okay. Next item is 818, the Cardinal Restaurant.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have with me Adolfo Toro, who plans to never come back to this room again.
Okay.
Adolfo is the principal of the purchaser of this restaurant. The matter's in default, I'm sure. The seller's gone. Temporary permit's been disapproved. This morning I paid the outstanding fine for the last counteroffer. I think it was $5,500. And I have no defense to the issue.
For this licensee?
Yes. There was a counteroffer from the members. I had offered 45, the counteroffer was 55, was paid today.
Okay.
It was
it's
paid
not
out
in
of
the
what
adverse.
little bit remains
It won't be on
in the attorney's escrow account. I'm sorry.
That's the principal of the applicant?
Principal of the applicant.
Since it would not appear as adverse because that was just submitted, so that's why we don't have it on our cover sheet.
Still extending cases.
I have this as a default.
This is a
It is
default.
default.
Okay. So what did you pay?
Previously, the Cardinal had charges,
Yes.
which I made an offer on. The members counteroffered. It never was paid.
So the counteroffer was
Counteroffer was paid this morning.
That's on case 99056.
Okay, so there's a new case that's before us.
This new case that's before you is a default. I'm relatively certain it was returned.
sales to minors.
It is one single sale to minor.
Prior, what the prior violations were, it was for failure to conform to the application, extension of prem, and improper conduct. I have to get you some details on that. But you did counter with,
Got it.
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's a food issue.
No, it's not. It shouldn't be a
Not
food
this
issue.
one, that's what it was.
No other sales to
It's
minors.
always been a restaurant. No other sales to minors.
Okay.
No minors.
And I need to clear this. I've got to get that temporary permit approved. Council, are we,
There's other cases open.
There's other cases open.
There's a notice of pleading that was issued on April 6th
They're gone?
yes, yes.
with 7 charges. Failure to display license, it looks like a March operation. Failure to display the warning signs. Sangria premixing. Sale for resale.
What was that last one, I'm sorry?
Sale for resale and building code violations. It was probably purchased from an authorized source.
And then there's one other case for a sale to minor on October 17th. That pleading was, was returnable on the 15th.
Parting gifts, nice parting gifts that he left us. Thank you.
All right, well, on the matter before us, unfortunately, this is only just the sale to minor, so I guess.
But Commissioner Green, committing the Cardinal, sin of interrupting you while you're voting, I apologize. I've got to try and bundle everything just to free this man's temporary permit up. He's at the point right now where he's willing to pay what the prior licensee had just to clear his temp. He's ready to go.
But we don't have those matters before the board today.
Move on to the next one.
He's free to submit a CNC on those.
I can't.
Board meetings
I can
in 2
plead them out
weeks.
today, can I? Pay them today.
Yeah, if you put them all together, cancel.
We need to.
See, if you cancel, I lose my permit.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
No? All right, then screw it, cancel. Sure, Bob.
It's not your client's license.
You want to have the other two open cases in to close out?
I can give you the case numbers. The case numbers are
Do the
case
case number.
104310
Got it?
and case number 100743,
And
Because
along
the
with
temp
this
was
one.
filed.
and along with case 103593.
Okay, that's the current one. Okay.
Mr. Palillo, all of those will take cancel and bond.
I'll offer cancel and bond, and thank you for accepting
Accept
that.
it.
Thank you.
And I will reactivate the
I just don't know if we could take the offer from Mr. Palillo because of cancel and bond, because you don't represent that person. You represented both of them? That's unique.
You know it's not unique.
Unique for Mr. Palillo.
Yes, we do have him on record as one of the other cases, okay. That'll be joy. Yep. 897, Charles Wonsaus, I can't pronounce this, I really cannot do this, I'm sorry. It's for the WW's Bar and Restaurant. It is 897. I gotta get this on.
I know.
Good afternoon, it's Charles Wansowitz.
Wansowitz, okay, thank you.
W Bar Restaurant is correct, yes. Okay, I'm here to request a reduction in the proposed fine based against me for the visit by the inspectors. And I'm basing that on a couple of things. One is our business was closed from April till October for renovation by the landlords of the mall, and we just opened in October. Number two, by 20 years of my unblemished record with the State Liquor Authority.
Sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
Why didn't you bring your books and records when they were requested by the authority?
Because at that time, I didn't have them, we couldn't find them.
But how could you not find your books and records?
Because I had given them to my lawyer, my accountant, and he misplaced them. We tried to call the companies, and the companies couldn't refurnish them. I furnished all the beer bills and some liquor bills, but I was not able to furnish all the liquor bills.
Well, I received your letter that you submitted.
The business is 80-20 beer to liquor.
But our investigator had to then deal with your accountant on numerous occasions to try and get this. Why weren't you able to get it from your accountant?
Because when I requested it from him, he couldn't find it like he told the investigator. He misplaced them or whatever. I called the company and they said they didn't keep the records. But if you could look over the last 20 years, I've dealt with all the liquor salesmen. All my purchases were made from either Peerless or Southern, and I'm still doing that presently. But I did furnish all the bills that I did have, including some liquor and all beer.
Well, I took into consideration your licensing history. You only had one violation, and that was for renewal. I would reduce from the original $5,000. I'll reduce to $3,500.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
But we need Commissioner Kim.
Yeah, no, I originally had voted for the 5,000, but based on the circumstances, I too will reduce it to 3,500.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Nice day. 892, Hamilton Wines and Liquors.
Robert Swednick for the applicant. Leader's opposition. Do I hear from the opposition?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
No, yeah.
Hi, my name is Eugene Lee. I am a principal of the Bronx Bitter Liquor, Inc., the address at 3375 Broadway. I am opposing the licensing of the Hamilton Wine and Liquor. First of all, this area is a very high competition. Area in liquor business. Every three block are the liquor store. Especially, the 145th Street got a mega, the liquor store. The liquor store is dominating. Bulky purchase. Almost everybody go to the 145th Street, and then the 143 Street, 140 Street, we are 137th Street. So adequately serviced by the existing liquor store. So another issue is Hamilton Wine, the liquor store, the cross in front of the street got the IS 195 and the nursery school. I don't know, maybe the Broadway is broad, So the maybe, more than 200, 200 feet. But this one is the middle school, middle high school, and nursery school. So the in front of the
Is that the
nursery school.
IS 195?
Yeah, IS 195.
That one's on 133rd Street.
Yeah, but that's the another door. But the regular entrance is the 135th and Broadway, 135th and Broadway. So
we've sent an investigator out to look at the school, and it takes exclusivity away because it's at the bottom of a 190 resident apartment building, so it doesn't affect the application.
Oh, doesn't affect the application?
It has to be just the school by itself, the whole building.
But the right this way, this is a school, right? This one is a school, and this door is,
The door is not important. It's that above the school is residential apartments. That's not connected to the school. So the building has to be exclusively used for a school. That's one rule, and then 200 foot is another rule. So they're two separate rules.
So
the school issue doesn't matter here.
The 12 years ago, when I bought this store, everybody said, between here, any liquor store come to,
Yeah,
here.
they told you the wrong information because it's just.
So I don't understand. How come in front of the, I don't get it. So
the building that houses a school, the entire building has to be used as the school. In this instance, the school is at the bottom of the building, and there are 190 residential apartments above it. So the building isn't being used only as a school, so the 200-foot law doesn't apply.
That's just the law.
Yeah.
That's the law?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mrs. Perez, who's the applicant, has operated a pharmacy with her husband at this location for over 30 years, till she recently closed. Because they were so involved in the community, one of the photos you have is they named the street in recognition of her husband. So they have been, I'll say, pillars of this community for quite a while, for more than 3 decades. Bronx Spirits, who's the gentleman just testified, is about 500 feet away, and he has a bulletproof store. That's one of the other photos you have. This store is going to be open and obviously inviting to the community. I would also notice that the Bronx Spirits, who just testified, was talking about business, except by his own report that he gave to the authority, his sales went up 37% last year. The store, which is the second closest, which is Heights Wines and Liquors, is also bulletproof, and you have a picture of that. Its sales went up 35%. You also have photos showing that even Bronx Liquors, they're both on the other side of Broadway, and where that is, you're going to have 8 lanes of traffic plus a small park to traverse. So it's not as if they're...
But on Broadway, everybody double parks, and that's really one lane of traffic going either way. I mean, it's so congested on Broadway, and that's right where the one train comes out of the,
I'm saying that it's not literally, like you would say, 30 seconds, it's just, you can see it across the street.
But it's less than 500 feet away.
It's 500 feet away on the other side of Broadway.
Yeah, less than 500 feet.
And it's a bulletproof store, which is not inviting to the community, and this is someone who's been operating at this location for over 30 years in a
pharmacy.
As a pharmacy, a non-bulletproof pharmacy. So it's a different attitude toward the community already, and it's going to be a non-bulletproof liquor store. I think sales at all the other stores have been increasing dramatically when you have over 35% at each of them. When you have over 35% in each year at the closest liquor stores, it shows that there is also a community need in business.
Regarding sales, I was paying.
Have anything for
So this is an open store?
An open store on, is that the corner of 135th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to say something.
Yes. You know, our store rent is 8,000 something. Still, but so he said, the lawyer said, 35% increased. Because of every year, even I investing, I put the money. So the 2013, we got the COD problem, so the sale is decreased. So the 2014, we put the money, I sold my house. So that's why the no COD status, that's why sale is, go up to regular basis, not the 35% increase. That's not correct expression, okay?
Yeah, I'm going on the information supplied from the Liquor Authority by the two closest liquor stores on the sheets that the objectant sent in. He shows a 35% increase, 37% increase, and Heights shows a 35% increase, which is the second closest.
Do you own the building?
No.
You're renting? Because my concern is having another liquor store less than 500 feet away from this location. I appreciate the fact that you're having an open store that adds something different, but to have a store so close on the same street, I'm concerned about having those two stores, so close to each other.
And again, while people double park on Broadway, if you look at the picture, you have 8 lanes and a park in between. So it is not
a park.
If you look at the pictures, what they did on Broadway up there in the medians, they made it all.
I don't think that's a park, right? It's just a divider. It's a divider with plants.
So on Park Avenue.
I mean, New York City, park is rare, but that's not a park.
Well, Parks Department has it though, but
It's a stretch. I guess because it has a bench.
Oh, that's right. One
and
bench.
trees and flowers.
Right.
Well, we've been in the community for, my whole life, and we do donate a lot to the community. We sponsor the baseball team, we sponsor the basketball team, and since we've recently sold the pharmacy, we want to stay in the same community. We still want to help the community because I know the community since I'm a little boy, and my dad always gave back to the community, so, we want to also still give something back to the community.
So I don't think we have any issue about whether you'd be a good operator or not, or you would operate in a proper fashion. It's really just 459. We have it at 459 feet away, and then 0.2 miles away there's another store on Broadway, and they're all on Broadway. So that's kind of, the neighborhood. I'm sure, in my opinion, there are probably other places that could fit something where it's more conducive to being advantageous and convenient for the public.
I don't think in that neighborhood, wherever you go, you're going to be having somebody who's going to say that you're too close. Part of the
Well,
advantage
459 feet and even 0.2, 0.3, which is about four blocks away, that's very different, I think.
and just small, but Bronx has, your lamp has it at 475.
Yeah, that's a guideline only.
Pardon me?
Guideline only for lamp.
I don't know which
Not
measurement
gospel.
this is. So I don't know
This
if we
is
can get
being.
Okay, well,
this is being
16
guided.
feet, let's not.
Okay. But it's again, they're trying to do an open liquor store.
Abacus.
They're practicing.
Yeah, I think, like Commissioner Kim said, my decision is not based on your application as the specific applicants. You're vested in the community, and I like to see that. But for the location that you picked, I just have a concern. I don't like to see a liquor store every block. And if you're vested in this community as much as you say, when you go out and you walk the street, you don't want to have liquor stores on every street. I understand that, there may be a need for or a want for it, But I would be more happy to entertain an application at a different location. This specific area is congested. I don't, your attorney is stretching the park and the 8 lanes across. If you're that familiar with the community, you know walking and driving Broadway is a very congested area. But I would like to see another location. This is just too close to the existing
This is part of it. Is this the location where the pharmacy was for over 30 years? So it obviously means a lot to Ms. Perez.
To be at that one location?
This is the location where her pharmacy was.
All your points are valid, but the liquor stores that are in the area, they're not given to the community now. They're all bulletproof. They don't sell wine. Like, we don't have a big selection. You know, we want to bring something.
So wherever you locate, you should be able to draw from that community. But having a liquor store on every corner in any community is not something that I would appreciate. I understand that you are offering something new, and I like that, but another location. I'm just so concerned with having, 3333 is a huge development. And I think the corner that you picked would have been prime. But obviously, the other licensee that's right across the street is the dynamics. It's just too close. We're saturating one block with all these stores.
He's a
and also on Broadway, there's 3 other stores. So
but some of them are 7 or 8
about
blocks away. And again, this is a location that her family has been in for decades. And they're on the other ones on Broadway on the other side of the street. I know that doesn't make a difference to you. And they're bulletproof. I think there is a definite distinction.
No, I mean, 2 of them are on the other side, right? One's on your side, 3490.
Well, that's up at 143rd Street. That's already 10 blocks away, more than 10 blocks away.
And the community changes, like, every 2-3 blocks is a whole different, like, we dealt with it with the pharmacy. It's a whole different, like, every, 2-3 blocks it changes, you know? Because it's so congested. Like you said, 3333, it's 190 apartments. You know, you go to Riverside, it's all apartments. You go up to Amsterdam, it's all apartments. There is a lot of residents in that area. You know, and that's why we want to, bring something different to the community.
Yes.
Based on everything that I stated, my concern with the saturation, I'm going to have to deny the application.
I'd love to personally see you guys find another location, and I think, we'd give that a very close look, and as we do with all applications, but in particular, I think because of your commitment to the neighborhood. But just this location, 459 feet, 475 feet, I just don't think it adds anything to the public convenience and advantage. So I agree with Commissioner Green.
But if anything changes with the closest stores.
Thanks. Thank you.
891, Bottletown Fine Wines and Liquors. $891.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kim. My name is Howard Levine, and I represent the applicant. The community is thrilled that this property is being developed. As the authority knows, the prior inhabitant had a license for on-premise. It was a bar that had live music and bands catering to college-age students, and it was a tremendous drain on local resources and the patients of the community.
Commissioner Green suspended their license.
That license was suspended, and then it was revoked, I understand, and a prescription period of 2 years was imposed. When that happened, the applicant abandoned the premises, the owner disappeared altogether, the property became blighted, a real eyesore and danger to the community, and it was sold at a short sale in an arm's length transaction. The applicant, Denver Liquor Authority, lifted the proscription period for this application to move forward. The applicant plans to open a beautiful, modern, 1,100 and change square foot store. It is going to bring life to that area. The entire building is being taken down because the buildings department requires certain improvements and changes to meet current code, including off-street parking. And so the freestanding structure is going to be split between applicant at 1,188 feet and a much larger retail store. They're going to market it toward perhaps a wireless carrier. In any event, if you look at the area, it's a perfect location for the convenience of the community. I'm sure that you can just imagine a scenario where someone is, around the holidays, let's say, someone is at the gym, which is a very, very large, monster-sized gym, right across a small side street. And they're at the gym, it's around the holiday time, they know they're going to a party that night, they can come over here to the florist and get something, or they can go over here to the garden center and pick up a wreath, they can pick up a bottle of wine at the applicant store, and then they can be on their way. Or someone is meeting a friend across the street at Applebee's, then when they're done, they go, they do their banking, then they cross the street, they get a bottle of wine because the in-laws are coming tonight, and they're on their way.
Okay, this store is, over 4,000 square feet?
No, it's 1,188 square feet. I submitted an amended, I'm sorry?
Is it storage or?
That's the entire premises. There is no basement. The licensed premises is 1188. The original application was amended to reflect the fact that the buildings department required so many changes to meet code that the owner decided to take down the building altogether, erect a new structure, split it, and the applicant would only be 1188. So we submitted new interior diagrams, new establishment questionnaire, and a new bird's eye diagram as well. The nearest, there are no stores within a half a mile. In fact, there are no stores within 0.6 tenths of a mile.
There is opposition. I'd like to hear
Oh, sure.
from
They did amend it, apparently they have report.
Okay, so it's 1188 now.
My name is Helen Chan from Jericho Wines, and we're about 0.8 miles from this new location that they're proposing. In that 1 mile radius, there's about 10 existing liquor stores in the surrounding area, and I don't believe another liquor store will benefit the community. New Hyde Park is a very family-oriented location where it's mostly one-family homes, residents. Population hasn't increased much, it's pretty much stable. There's no new developments or new major condos being built that will require another liquor store, or, there's only so much people can drink. So I don't believe adding another liquor store will benefit the community where there's, all these liquor stores that we can serve. And we offer all the wines and liquors and the wine tastings that they're probably proposing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Steve Wang. I'm from Chang & Wang Liquors. It's just like what Helen says. It's a very close store to the community, and New Hyde Park is a very small town. Adding another liquor store really doesn't help the business at all.
Thank you.
My name is Xue Chen, Cheng and the partner. This I just say this.
I'm sorry, what was the store?
That's
the
same
same
store,
store.
yeah, same store. I got a partner. That's I got to almost not about 1 mile. So too close, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'd like to address the concerns of the objectants. New Hyde Park is in western Nassau County. It's just over the border from Queens. It is a heavily, densely populated area. Jericho Turnpike itself is 2 lanes in each direction, primarily commercial with residential all along the sides. People can walk up to Jericho Turnpike, go to Applebee's, go to the bank, go to the gym, go to the florist, go to the home center, go to the storage facility, and do all their business and go straight home. New Hyde Park is 5 miles. It's not a small town. It's 5 miles just over the border from Queens.
But all the closest liquor stores within a mile are all on Jericho Turnpike. This would be the 4th store.
Jericho Turnpike spans all of Nassau County into Suffolk County and goes into
But I'm only
Queens.
talking about that 1 mile.
The one store is 0.8 of a mile away. That store sales are probably around $2 million for 2014. This is not oversaturation of an area where you're asking residents to travel 0.8 of a mile. This is really just healthy competition. If you look at their sales over the years, they increased by 30% from 2011 to 2012. They increased to 2013. And the first 6 months of 2014 reveal with a bump up for Thanksgiving, the Christmas, Hanukkah holiday, and New Year's that they're around $2 million at 0.8 of a mile away.
Exception of the closest, which is 0.6 of a mile.
Well, that's Jericho. Jericho's at 0.8. Chan is at over 0.6 of a mile away.
I have them at 0.6.
And their sales are steady. They had an increase from 2011 to 2012. They went up 10%. And
down in 2013.
They had a small dip in 2013, and then their 2014 sales.
$100,000 was a small dip.
Wait, if you go from 788 to 858, that's 10% increase. But if you go from 858 to 772, which is less than 788, that's a small dip.
Well, no, but my point is this.
No, I mean just.
No, and I appreciate that, but my point is this. Their 2014 sales approach their 2012 sales. And if there are variations, there might have been variations in consumer taste. I can't really say. All I do know is that those stores are not, they're not new stores. They haven't been modernized. And the 2014 sales approach the high of 2012. The applicant has visited all of the stores. She's done her due diligence and her homework. And she's going to be offering products that are not available in this community. And she can speak to that in just a moment. The other point that I just want to make is that this store in this area would promote the convenience of the public, where there's nothing for over half a mile, and there's all of these stores and shops in the area that are thriving and doing well. It would just add a piece to the puzzle where people could just grab it and do their thing.
And this is a driving community. Do you have parking spaces at this
There
location?
is 9 off-street parking spaces, and I agree with you, Commissioner, this is a driving community, but this is also a walking community. If you picture Jericho Turnpike running the length parallel of Long Island, above and below are all residential streets, both perpendicular and then parallel. So yes, this is a driving community, but this is also a walking community, and they will offer off-street parking. If you would like, I'd like to have the applicant speak to you just to detail the selection that's not currently being offered in the area that she intends to.
Yeah, hi. My name's Yulin Sang, and I checked the other 2 stores. They did not carry the liquor that I want to offer to the public, which produced by our own New York State, and that has a Dorothy Packer gin and Perry Toe gin, Catskill Defend rye whiskey, and some Catskill Racker white whiskey, and most richest gin bourbon, and also Catskill Mountain Peace vodka, and also some wine that is produced from our Long Island, our own local area. I would like to offer them to our neighborhood and support our New York State.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody offer New York wines?
We do offer New York wines, Long Island wines. Sorry. The wine that she mentioned, I've been in the business for 10 years already, and I know Long Island very well. Long Islanders drink Long Island wines. We have Pindar, Dog Walk, Martha, Clara, Wolfer Estate, and these are all the wines that we do offer in our store and in most liquor stores in Long Island. In the Finger Lakes, she's mentioned we do have some selections from the Finger Lakes New York State wines as well. But majority of wines that you sell are the popular wines. Those wines from the Finger Lakes only sells about 1% of the wine. And Long Island, because we are Long Islanders, so people support Long Island wine. But majority sales is the common wine where you get the Robert Mondavis, the Woodbridge of the world.
What about the whiskeys, the Catskill whiskeys she's talking about?
The whiskeys are getting very popular these days. We have a lot of the small batch bourbons, whiskeys, and and if you're going to go to really specific areas, the tiny niches of the whiskeys, maybe some stores do not have it, but most whiskeys that we offer,
From New York State, you do sell the rye.
Yeah, certain wines, but we don't have a large selection of those type of whiskeys. But we do offer a wide variety of whiskeys. And he mentioned this New Hyde Park is a driving community. You need to walk. Where they're proposing, Jericho Turnpike is a 2-lane, very fast-moving traffic area. You can't just walk. You need to have a parking. McDonald's across the street has a parking. UFC, the fighting ring where they are next, they have a parking. If you don't have parking, you can't really purchase or shop in that area because it's a driving community. Not many people walk, so parking is very important, and they don't have.
We do. We have nine off-street parking in a private parking lot that will be right in front of the new structure. It's 9 off-street spots.
This isn't in a strip mall, is it?
No, it's not.
9 exclusively for this store, or just 9 off-street parking that's available for first come, first serve?
No, it's 9 exclusive spots for this store and its connecting store. It's one free structure that's not divided in half, but it's divided in 2. Next to it is the garden center, but it's detached. So they have dedicated spots for this store that's off the street. The landlord may designate 5 of the 9 to this store and 4 to the other, or may just be first come, first served.
The other store would presumably be, what, 2,900 square feet? Because if it was 4,000 square foot previous building?
No, 4,000 was the previous building, but that building is being raised.
Right, so what's the new building going to be? Probably about 4,000 square feet.
No, I think it's going to be smaller. But in any event.
I mean, I just don't see it from the landlord perspective. Why would they would build something less than what they can get?
Yeah, because the law has determined by the reason you need to take down the building is because the parking space. Okay, certain amount of square footage they require how many parking spot. Okay, that's why the building needs to take down and make it smaller to have this much of parking.
Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
The owner. So she's been dealing directly with the Department of Buildings, along with all of the other agencies, to beautify.
She would know how many spaces could be allocated to her space, no?
But she doesn't know yet because she doesn't have a tenant for the other space. So depending on what the demands of the tenant are, depending if they are willing to enter into a long-term lease, she may have to sweeten the pot by dedicating some of the spots.
Understood.
I just want to add two other quick things. The applicant is going to employ her brother, who had a license with no issue in Roslyn, New York, and he has a tremendous amount of experience and will bring a lot to the table.
Did he fill out a questionnaire?
No, he didn't. He's not going to be a manager. He's just going to be an employee. And again, I just want to reiterate that the spirits that the applicant intends to sell, which are local, are not found in the other stores. And the objectant who just spoke to it has $2 million in sales.
I'm going to deny the application. I think within a mile out on Jericho Turnpike, it's a driving community. It's easy to get to any of these stores. And I don't want to saturate the location, so I deny it.
Yeah, I'm still concerned about the parking. I mean, it's her building, and, if you're going to cater to the other tenant and have no parking here, and it is a driving community. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I should mention that the next door, the gym, actually we have an easement. Okay, we can use their parking lot. Okay, we do have the easement that we can share using the way and using their spot.
Okay. So, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Green, and I also vote to deny. Thank you.
834, Fong Lung Restaurant Corporation.
Good afternoon, John Springer for the applicant. With me is Mr. Liu and his son, Kenny Liu. Mr. Liu had a license at this location for many years. Another son, who has since recently deceased, had come, for some reason that I don't know, decided to come up with a new corporation, and they began using new corporations, so they lost that license as an availing. It wasn't a true availing in the sense that they were letting somebody use it that wasn't, eligible. They just formed a new corporation for some tax or legal reason that would only be known to Mr. Liu. In any event,
So the prior license was revoked.
yes, over 2 years ago. He stayed in
With the
business.
same principles.
Same principles. And they've been stayed in business. He's got another license on the street. Not to diminish the seriousness of the reasons it was revoked. They're not public safety type of things. I mean, he never had, was never a focal point of police activity. I don't believe they had sales to minors. He paid a heavy price. He almost lost the business over this. He's been doing some remodeling, and he'd like to. The place has been in town for many years, and before the scenario that came up where he lost the license, he had been there for many years. And I think he's paid a lot.
Members, just want to clarify one thing on the record. Mr. Liu, it does show that he has an active license. Generally, when a license is revoked, all the principals are reviewed, researched, cross-referenced, and we will send a report to counsel's office. We found our reporting, there was some glitches in our reporting. This particular one didn't get caught. Upon the revocation, proceedings should have been instituted because he was a prohibited person under 126 of the ABC law. So that was a mistake on our part.
He's continued to operate here without a license. He's continued to operate the other location without incident. That license was just renewed. They're both in Riverhead. He's paid a very heavy price. He almost lost his business and almost took down the other business as well. And we would ask that you look favorably on this application.
Any questions? Yep. I deny the application.
I also deny.
801, Miguel Enrique.
Good afternoon to the board members. On behalf of Mr. Enrique, the case in issue is a case in which...
Yeah, let's...
I mean, we'll hear you, but I was ready to have a penalty of $100.
Same here.
We waited all day.
No, we accept the penalty, but
please, go ahead. You've been waiting, so please go.
We have the...
Yeah, we'll hear you.
In the sense that it's not about the penalty. It's about the process of obtaining this penalty. He had the BA license, and he does exhibit the BA license. The place was closed when the officer came in. They let him in.
I see what you're saying.
And he showed the, it's not about the $100. It's about the way the board is handling these cases in which they're penalizing people and where they're not committing any discretion to the law.
Because you went to hearing, right?
Yes, he went to hearing. I wasn't an attorney at that stage.
All right, and he had the license, I believe, framed in a window?
Yes.
And when the officer appeared, there was nothing in the window, but he said that he takes it in and out of the window.
Yes, so they won't steal it. So it was at the time of closure. When the officer, he already was closed. He had the bag. He was leaving. He said, no, I want to do the inspection. He opens, comes back in, and then the officer...
Every night he takes the license from the window and puts it behind the counter?
Why in the window?
Why?
Why not behind, like, the cash register?
Well, he made a copy, and it shows the license are there.
Where?
But behind the counter, but when they say a window, it's like a display. He shows it there, then he hides it, just in case if they break in, they won't steal. Because people are doing things out there that they make copies, using licenses in other places. That's why he
I understand that, but it's difficult to know if a location is licensed if you removing it constantly.
Yeah, but you remove it when you're closed. If it's closed, nobody should have a problem because nobody should be inside the business. Once the business is open, it's placed there, so they won't have a problem.
What was the time that the officer
At 1 o'clock in the morning.
And his closing time is when?
Yes, he closed at that time. It was closing at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1 a.m. So, it shouldn't be a problem that from 1 a.m. to if he opens at 7 o'clock in the morning, the license is not visible, because nobody should know if it's visible.
I think what you'd have to do is, it's technical in some matter, but it's very important for the reasons Commissioner Green said. You have to lock the door and make sure no one's coming in, then get into the habit of taking the license and putting it behind the counter after you lock the door.
Yeah, but it was locked, and the officer stated, I want to come in, and he obeys the officer, and he opens, and that's when he says, I'm going to do an
There were no
inspection.
customers at the time?
No,
It was all
he
closed?
was leaving the store. There was no... So when the judge decides, the judge doesn't take into consideration that There was nobody inside the store. There's no testimony to that effect. So, even the $100 would be...
Counsel's office moves to withdraw the charges.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we'll withdraw it. We agree with that.
Worked hard for that $100.
No, we know, we understand, but now you understand the principle behind it too. It's gonna, if it happens again, you're gonna be in the same situation, so make sure, keep something behind there. The last thing you do when you're
Keep the original up and take a copy. I mean,
Right.
if something
Or the other way
happens to
around
it, you
even.
can always notify the authority and we'll issue you another one. But you can't keep switching it out because then when the officer, and the only reason is because they don't detail the hour, the time that the
Yeah, but it was at
officer
1
went
o'clock in the morning.
It did say that it was during closing. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, and you don't have any adverse history, so that helped.
Thank you. 831, SSP America.
Good afternoon. Robert Skeen, representing SSP America JFK LLC. With me today is Bryce Cole, the Director of Operations over at SSP's premises in Terminal 4. The application before you today is an alteration application. Currently, SSP operates 13 distinct OP and RW premises within post-security Terminal 4. SSP has the exclusive food and beverage rights for the terminal, and today we would like to consolidate those 13 licenses with 2 ad bars, so there's 15 points of sale in total, to 1 license with 14 points of sale, with 14 additional bars. The object here is so that my client can achieve waitstaff service within the gatehold areas by making the entire terminal a licensed premises. And with me today, again, is Bryce Cole. He's the Director of Operations at Terminal 4, and he can answer any of the specific questions about the security measures in place and the safeguards that we plan to employ.
Sure, so the method of operation, I just want to make it clear. Basically, you license Terminal 4, Delta, right? And how many gates are there?
There are 41.
41 gates. So your business model or your proposed method of operation is that you would have 1 person watching every gate, taking food orders or drink orders from passengers waiting to board a plane, and they would Wi-Fi it in to the kitchen, and then the kitchen would have another runner bring the food out to that person who took the order, and that person who took the order would deliver it to the particular customer or passenger who ordered that particular drink, carding them as well, making sure that they're over 21, making sure that the same person who ordered gets the drinks and whatnot.
Yeah, in addition to that, we're also making sure it's 1 drink per person, but that's pretty much the
1 drink per person for the duration of the...
Carding for each purchase.
For each purchase, but they can, if it's a 2-hour wait, they can purchase multiple times?
Multiple people, 2 people, 2 drinks, 1 person.
Just out of curiosity, have the airlines weighed in on this at all?
They actually want it as part of their customer experience, especially now with the regional jets down there, there's a lot of delays. We have a few bars there with small seating areas. They would actually like us to have people out there so that we can be servicing their guests.
Are you serving in glasses or in plastic cups? And bottles of beer, or?
Yeah.
And is there any other state where you're doing this?
No.
Have you tried and applied for any other
We are
state?
in the process, actually, the company has asked me to look into Dane County, Wisconsin. We're in the process of doing it right now. We've got a favorable response from Dane
Have you had any denials ever from any of the other jurisdictions?
No, I represent SSP on a nationwide basis. We haven't really, this is a kind of a new thing. I think one of their competitors has done it over at LaGuardia Airport, Terminals D and C. The airlines, from my knowledge, are behind this because it does enhance the experience. People don't like to stray too far from the gates because of the gate anxiety they experience.
I would think they might be concerned about more intoxicated people boarding the plane.
One of the things that, please question the wrong person, but one of the things that that I've observed working with my clients is that people, over-intoxication or intoxication is not so much an issue because people have a lot to lose. They don't get on their plane. That's pretty much standard knowledge. If you appear to be drunk, they're not going to let you on a plane. So it's not just a matter of
getting belligerent like you might happen in a typical restaurant or a bar. Here, the individuals have a lot to lose. They'll not only be escorted out, we have tons of security. I've always advocated there's no more secure place in this country than a post-security U.S. airport. We have the Port Authority Police. There's private security at this particular terminal. There's also the management, which is well-versed. All employees will be FIPS trained.
But the airlines are also selling these same people alcoholic beverages once they're on the airplane.
Yeah.
Some airlines will let you bring your own bottle on to the airplane.
Really? Which one's that?
JetBlue.
And I believe that's going to be more prevalent in the future. I think the airlines are getting away from food and beverage service in flight. If you've noticed, if you've been flying the last 10 years, you've noticed that quality going downhill.
No, I mean, in general, the concept's very innovative, and I think it's a good concept. And as a passenger flying, waiting 2-3 hours, or even shorter periods, you're right, people don't like to leave the gates. So, because the PA announcement system sucks so badly, but
They also will suspend service. Say if there's a snowstorm and we've got major delays where people would over intoxicate, they would cut service off in situations like that, just like you would at a concert where you at a say at Barclays Stadium.
Well, you will have one person at every gate assigned at all times while you're in operation?
If I may, that it's going depending on the flight schedule. Certain gates are going to be empty.
Right, when they're empty, though, when there's a flight pending.
We'll move around. So when you talk about each gate, there might be 2 gates right next to each other. That person will be manned by one manager and one host or server.
But at the end of the day, it's going to be one watching one, kind of.
Mr. Skeen, the other terminal that was licensed prior to my tenure here, have there ever been any referrals from that
No, there's
location?
no violations to my knowledge. Also, SSP has no violations nationwide to my knowledge. These are very, good operators. And again, I think the tone of the general public behind security is people tend to behave themselves a lot better there. This is my own observations than in other places that serve alcohol beverages.
I've seen pretty rude people at the airport.
Rude, perhaps, but not.
It's really business travelers, I think, would enjoy this, single travelers, but I'm just wondering, families, there's alcohol flowing around, and
again,
that flight to Las Vegas at 7:45 on Thursday nights, I think, will be kind of...
I would equate this to, say, a stadium, Yankee Stadium, Barclays Center, where you've got thousands and thousands of people in an arena that are there basically to have a good time and relax, and alcohol beverages is a much bigger part. Here, it's an airport. It has a much, much more controlled atmosphere. And I think it's important for the state, for economic reasons, to really make our airports more attractive. I know that some of our, especially LaGuardia, was really in a state of disrepair. And it's a lot of the private money that's coming in. Companies like SSP are putting money into these terminals, too, to do the renovations, to make it more upscale, more 21st century.
Do we have any questions?
No, I'm ready to vote.
All right.
I approve.
I approve.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Mr. Skeen, I won't issue till May.
Oh, yes, we're happy with that.
You mean I can't go to the Missouri when I fly? Not yet, not until June.
890 Global Wines and Liquors.
890.
Good afternoon, John Springer for the applicant. With me is Jatinder Lamba. As you know, there's opposition. Perhaps I'd like to hear from the opposition first.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Rakesh Patel. I'm calling, I'm from the SV Fine Wines. I'm just very close to this application. And what I noticed that within a 2 miles radius, we have 18 liquor stores and 7 to 8 restaurants surrounding. They have the liquor licenses too as well. I think that's all. And yes, number one, the thing is that what I offer in my store is all the varieties of the wine starting from California big selection of the California, Long Island, yes, whole section, like 6.5 feet of the Long Island section, Italian section, Australian section, all different with the signs, Spain, Chile, big French section with all different kind of Bordeaux, whites, Colorossi, even the bag-in boxes. So for all the for the customers' convenience, I'm offering everything with a big selection of the whiskeys, and I have the Long Island whiskey, Long Island vodkas, big section of the vodka. I think pretty much 12 feet of the vodka section, 12 feet of the rum section, and all different imported kind of Scotch whiskeys like Macallan, Glenlivet. Even the high-skill whiskey also I'm carrying it, along with all the different kind of premix, which is good for the summer kind of drinks. It's a whole big variety. So I'm offering everything, and still, another thing is that what I noticed that this January after the holiday, I'm in a shopping center and we lost five stores. They got empty. They closed down their stores. So now this another thing is that little depressing is like after 5 stores are empty in the same shopping center, the flow of the traffic is now decreasing. That's another thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Phyllis Fisto, Simply Wine and Liquor. I believe I'm the 4th closest store, but received no notice.
What's the address?
226 Pond Path Road.
What is it?
226 Pond Path Road.
Pond Path?
Yeah, on Center Reach. There's 2 other people here that we're not sure who's the 4th closest store. I just can be concise because I've been doing this, a number of times, helping the people in the Hicksville area. Without a doubt, we're drowning in liquor stores in the 5 boroughs and especially on Long Island. I just need to give the demographic picture overall. Long Island is a long strip. But there's no manufacturing and no production. There's no new housing. There's no multiple housing dwellings like you see here. In the area where we are, I've been there 13 years, the last 5 steady downhill. And I'm kind of ashamed to show you, this is my delinquency notices the last 5 months. We have so many liquor stores in a condensed area.
But how far are you from this location?
I pass that store to go to the Lucille Roberts gym. The same people circulate within the area. Half the area is Stony Brook University, which is dry, Stony Brook Hospital, golf courses. There is very sparse populations. If you look at the number of people to the number of liquor stores, every liquor store has 500 families. And that's because there's no new housing. The housing bubble burst, and that was the end of any new manufacturing or production on Long Island. It's easier to get a bottle of wine than it is to get a cup of coffee. There's more liquor stores than supermarkets, more liquor stores than gas stations.
We hear you.
Then applicants think getting a liquor license is a license to print money. It's a tough business. And I've seen my store, I know my store, and all these other stores beautifully appointed. Young man Tony, his wife just had a baby yesterday.
If he wants to speak, he can speak, but give us specifics on your experience in your store.
My store has everything under the sun. Every New York State liquor, every New York State wine. I work with the Retailers Alliance in the promoting New York State wines. I forgot half of what I wanted to say. There are just so many empty malls, empty strip malls. The mall across the street from where this proposed store is has 30,000 empty square feet. Just department stores pick up and close and leave. Maybe one new supermarket will come in, I think the Fairway, but for every new supermarket, 3 have closed and moved away.
How you doing? My name is Mike Figueroa from Stony Brook Wine Liquors.
Congratulations on your baby.
That was
Oh, sorry.
Well, mine's 20 months, thank you. But basically, without repeating everything, basically the same boat as Phyllis. One more thing is in the same thing. I have over 2,000 SKUs with everything. Every kind of whiskey from, that's available. Half of them are out of stock. The big thing is, what I'm down here for is again is I think it's been 3 times in the last 3 years, and it could have been 4 years that a store in the general area has been proposed. I believe I'm a mile away. I wasn't sure because.
You're Stony Brook?
Yes.
1.1.
Okay, which is I'm just north. Now, like I said, I've been down there 3 times in the last 4 years, or it could have been 3 years, with the same deal. Another store trying to open, and again, it was just the area's just too saturated. I mean, my numbers themselves are steady at best, and it's kind of the same story. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Tony. I'm New Ocean Wine Liquors. Yes.
Tony, your last name?
Zhang, Z-H-N-G.
And what's the address of your store?
2388 Middle Country Road.
Oh, okay, I see.
My store just 1 year new. And from my store to the new application, less than 1.5 miles. And it take about 2 minutes for driving. In Suffolk County, 2 minutes just mean the less store, And my store is in a full inventory. Last year, I just fixed up. I got all brand new shelf. And I got all different wine, spirits. Even the Long Island wine, I do a lot. And surrounding me over there, I check in the Google map from this application. They got a 1.5 mile from the liquors from him, and a 1 mile from the Michael. 2 miles to 1.5. In that areas, it's a California opinion, because I just been over there one year. In the Center Ridge, in Lake Road, they only got a shopping center in that community, only shopping center. They got a lot, huge shopping center abandoned over there, become to parking lot for the car deal. The one shopping center only less than 1 mile from the new application. And they got the other big shopping centers is 80% vegans, one less to the new application, less than 0.4 miles. And also in my store, you go to the eastbound. They got 2 liquor stores close to me, less than a mile. One's the Loom liquor store, one's the JP liquor store. In these areas, I do the search. Like in the 2 mile, they got over, and the 5 mile, they got over 50 liquor stores. Especially in the wine guy in the Smith town, less than 5 mile. He got a huge superstore. He got 8,000 square feet. And then when they come out, I can prove in my areas, in the middle country road, you go to eastbound, you can feel each 0.5 mile, you got 1 liquor store. Even sometimes 1 mile, you got 2 liquor store. That's people do over there. That's 1 liquor store. From me, only 1.9 mile. JP, they do this coupon every day, reusable, cash carry only. Everything they put on the price, all top deal. Sometimes they under the cost. Sometimes they make $1. I don't know how they run it. This is the over 100 items. I don't know how they run it. Also, in front of my store, in the cross street, there's the flower shop is abandoned. Behind my store, they got a lot of houses empty. Between my store and the new application, you can see they got an empty retail store, abandoned office. For my opinion, they got when people do the search, they check from the Google map. They think in the Lake Road, they got a lot of shopping center will be really nice place. But when you go over there, you can see all shopping center, most of them is vacant, abandoned.
Okay.
It's always like that.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Simon from Oceanside Wine and Liquor. So I bought the store last Thanksgiving. And then after I bought the store, and then I remodeled the store, the counter, and then built a new shelf behind the counter. So, and And now my store is fully loaded the inventory. So so a lot of selection in my store. So, but we need more customer. So if okay, I forgot to tell you. And one thing, when I bought the store, and so after 3 months, and in our shopping center, 3 stores closed. One is the supermarket. It's called Farmers Market, 12,000 square feet. And then one is the dry clean store closed. And then another one is the car store, the grocery store closed. So that means we don't have enough customer there. So if another new store open next to us, so I think it's very, very hard to make a living. So, so I think that's all I need to say here. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to make it brief. Scott Kemming, Grape Culture. I'm about on the cusp of the 2 miles from the proposed applicant. It's no coincidence that we're all here. We're all victims of oversaturation. That's really what it comes down to. None of these towns have had population growth. You have let, at least in my case, 3 licensees over the last, I'd say, 4 years. And all we do is see declining sales. So without the population growth, it's just not sustainable. We're doing the best we can. I mean, the ads it's vicious as far as competition. So I just want to say that it's really, really not sustainable for one more store. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I don't know where all these new stores they're talking about come from. Can I not be interrupted? 3 of the 4 closest stores have been around for a while. The third, New Ocean, opened 2013 to 2014, but that was the 4th liquor store at that location since 2001.
Okay, tell me what your client is offering this community that's not there.
It's taking a vacant space with a freestanding building with 15 parking on the most heavily traveled road inside the county. These distances from the other stores are good. There is increasing population, 3% from 2000 to 2010, another 1% from 2010 to 2014, and another 2% is projected in the next 5 years. The number of households went up almost 5% from 2000 to 2010.
How are you defining the geographic area for the population increase?
I'm using a 5-mile radius based on the number of stores that we anticipated we protesting. I'd like to hand it up. Some representations were made about the Smith Haven Mall. It's a 1.4 million square foot mall. It's got over 140 tenants. Yes, there's turnover, but they're advertising 97% tenancy right now. The 78 restaurants is a testament to how heavily trafficked this area is. This is a regional draw. People are coming from all over, not just Center Reach and Selden and Lake Grove to this area to shop. There's a new Costco, there's a new Fairway.
Is this location a standalone building?
Yes, it is.
Standalone building is very next to Costco and 2 major grocery stores.
There's a fitness center at the Fairway. There are 11 supermarkets within a mile. There's only 1 liquor store within a mile, and that's SV Fine Wines, which is 0.9 miles, which is on the northwest corner of the Smith Haven Mall on a little strip shopping center. I suspect the rent is very high there. Our rent starts at $4,000. I suspect the rent is very high. I would describe their products as inexpensive but slightly high priced. Because of our rent, we'd be able to offer middle to upper range products at an affordable price.
Can you describe the internet sales?
Initially, they'll just have a website that promotes the location of the products, and as they get going, they'll look at the website. But, they want to get the store going. The store's only going to be 1,584 square feet, and some of that's bathroom and storage. All the other stores are 1,900 to 2,500 square feet. The closest store has increasing sales. In fact, their sales have increased every year since 2011. The second closest store, gross sales of $1.87 million, which is up from $1.74 million. That's a 2,500 square foot store. There may be fierce competition in Center Reach. There's a couple of stores in Center Reach. That's not our market. Center Reach is sort of depressed. That New Ocean store is next to a pawn shop and a pork store. It's not a very attractive store. The fourth closest store, Shawline / JP, I'm not sure why it's listed two ways. It's 1,900 square feet. It's a Center Reach Mall. The Center Reach Mall, I grew up in Center Reach, Selden. I went to the local high schools there. It's not the same. It's not the same demographic market. And it's considerably east.
What do you mean it's not the same demographic market? Because they have pretty high-end stuff that they're selling here.
The
JP?
I'm talking about home prices, home values, things like that. Apartment rents. I grew up here. This is my backyard. Parts of Middle Country Road, as the earlier speaker on the other case talked about, there is a lot of residential on either side. We're looking at the south side of Middle Country Road, going south to the expressway. There's a lot of people living in there. These other stores on Wisconsin Highway, they're very well positioned to catch the traffic going up and down Wisconsin Highway and turning off into the north, just to Stony Brook, South Setauket, that area. We believe we'd be well positioned to get a lot of the traffic going south from the Smith Haven Mall, going towards the Long Island Expressway. And a fair number of cars take exit 58, 59, exit 60, and they shoot up into the Smith Haven Mall from those side roads. The store has high ceilings. It's beautifully landscaped. It's a very physically attractive store.
Is it selling anything different than all these other stores?
They're gonna sell what the market demands. They're gonna have more.
Well, that's a no.
They're gonna have more Asian products. In the demographics, there's a 6% Asian population in that radius.
What does that mean, Asian products?
What is an Asian product?
It's on the paperwork I provided. It's I guess Asian Americans.
What is it? I'm just
Sake.
curious.
Sake. There's that other drink. I forget what they call it.
Soju from Japan. We all
Soju's from Korea. Sake's from Japan. Okay.
A lot of liquor stores in the States sell the same products. They're gonna offer what the public wants. They're gonna find out what the public wants. They're gonna have.
Going to shut down now. We have pretty much all the opposition. Is there anything new you want to add?
Just
that you're not
just the size of the store and the distance and just.
We have that. We have that. All right.
It's the public can use, so it's very convenient to everyone where this store is.
It's not going to upset this
It's
market.
very convenient.
Okay. Thank you. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. I deny the application. I know this would be about the third store on Middle Country Road. It's within 2.2 miles, but you have a closer store, which is 9/10 of a mile. The same square footage. You're not offering anything new to this community, so I deny it.
I agree with Commissioner Green.
Thank you.
Thank you.
811, Siam Talent. Mr. Allenwood? This is Timothy Allenwood, did you say? This is Mr. Allenwood, your attorney?
Yes.
Timmy, okay. 896, Festine Wine and Spirits. That's okay, they'll get moving. Just
No. Okay.
Sorry.
Ready?
Yes.
896.
Hi, good afternoon. Vivian Tozaki on behalf of the applicant for a new liquor store. The location currently already has a license, and I believe there's opposition, so if you'd like, I'd let them go ahead and have their say.
All right, let me just get
This is for Siam Talent.
No, that's going to be recalled. It's 896.
Hi. Hi, my
Good
name is
afternoon.
Twinkle. Good afternoon. My name is Twinkle Sharma, and I'm representing Allerton Barnes Corporation, which is located on 802 Allerton Avenue. This store is located at 977 Allerton Avenue, which is not very far from our store. It is like 2 blocks, so I would say around 600 feet. I would like to say that we are new owner of this store. We bought this store in November 2013. It was the existing store, but after we bought this store, we see that there is a lot of competition because there was this store, the store that is right here. But what I feel is neighborhood has changed a lot. Before we bought this store, I didn't hear about any robbery happening in that store, and we experienced that gunpoint robbery happened a couple of months ago in our store. And we see that lot prices of liquor and wines are going up. So our sales, like our prices, expenses are going up, sales are going down, because there are like a lot of stores in our proximity. Like if you go in 1 mile radius, there are a lot of stores, especially on Allerton, like there are 3 stores as our stores.
But you purchased your store in 2013, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and there was a store that was already existing at
Yes,
this
we bought-
address.
yes.
So when you purchased your store, you knew that store already was in operation, and that was okay for you to submit an application?
Yeah, so that time that this store at 977, what we heard is it is a small store, but they did not have the up to bar, like all the inventories and everything. So a lot of customers would come and say that, oh, they don't operate on a full mode, like they don't have this many inventory and this and that. So I would say that it was there, but it was like not working at its maximum capacity. So that was helping us. But after coming this new owner, I'm sure they are going to carry the same products that we are carrying and serving the almost same neighborhood. So that is going to affect our sales. And with labor prices going up, it's going to affect us. The new store coming into it, it's going to affect our sales and everything.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner, just as you stated, this store was already in existence. I just asked that the authority be consistent with that. They are offering, they plan on offering 90-plus rating wines, such as Groth Cabernets, Montez Purple Angel, and another other variety of wines. I really don't have much to add because she bought the store. She applied for the store knowing that another liquor store there already existed. Originally, this was another situation that I actually asked counsel's office if I could go ahead with a new application before, because
They've been extremely cooperative. There was a situation where a transfer application was put in, and the licensing examiner discovered that the applicant here purchased the business from somebody other than the licensee, that there was an availing going on at the old, which they had no idea about and weren't responsible for. And this has delayed their application, and they're taking over of the location for at least 3, if not 4 months.
But the landlord is, I'm friends with, the landlord, it's a family-owned business, and he was gracious enough to let that applicant out of the lease, because at the time of the transferred application, the leasehold had already transferred out of TU Liquor's names. So now you have a situation where this person is paying rent on a place, that's not going to get a liquor license because of that availing disciplinary charge. So so that the landlord wouldn't be in a bind and that client wouldn't be in a bind, I found a person with no relationship whatsoever to either party who agreed to come in as a new applicant. So that's the application you have before you. I would also just, if none of that works for you, another point I'd like to make is that Allerton Barnes, the opposition who just spoke, they are divided by Route 1, a huge highway that separates their store from the other store, causing, and it brings a public convenience and advantage to all of the residents in that area. There's parking in front of the store. It's a beautiful store.
For your client, your husband has a liquor store as well?
Yes, he does.
Okay, what funds did you use for this liquor store?
I'm sorry, what did you?
What funds, where did your money come from that you financed this business?
Okay, I currently own my own business right now, so I own 2 daycares, so I got my funds from my daycares that I currently have.
Okay. Well, if your application is approved, you know you cannot purchase alcohol together with your husband's store, and if you get
Absolutely, yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
What's more, in the deficiency, when I received the deficiency letter, they asked, for information about, well, she owns these daycares, how will she run a liquor store? But she has a New York State certified, are they called?
Outside providers.
Right, for the daycare, so that she can devote her time to the liquor store.
Okay. Any questions?
Can I ask something?
Sure.
So is it feasible to have like a liquor store like on Allerton Avenue, like 3 liquor stores in a line? I know we all share, it's a more pedestrian local traffic because a lot of people do up-down. And I would say I don't have parking space allotted to mine, so I have more pedestrian, and I think they come in the same line. So if people go 2 blocks down, that's going to go, we are going to lose some sales, and there is going to be a lot of competition.
Well, we can't deny an application based on competition. This location was already licensed, so we're not adding a new store, just like when you purchased your store, it wasn't adding a new store to this area. I understand that there are, I guess this would be the 3rd one on Allerton, but it was already licensed. There was no period of time that it went without being a liquor store.
Because I think it was closed for the last couple of months, so.
Yeah, months, but not years.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you one question. Where they said that Route 1 separates your store from the proposed store?
Yeah, it's Boston Post Road is a big one, but it's not like a highway. It's a 2-lane road, and I wouldn't say that is affecting me in any way, or I don't know if that is going to make any difference. It's a big road, that's all. But people usually go straight. They
Okay.
are those who live around Allerton. That's how they go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm ready.
I approve the application based on, it's not adding another store. This location has been licensed for a period of time. I approve.
I'll approve.
Thank you. Thank you.
812, Hoppers, Locarno.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Good afternoon. Ian Pollock here on behalf of the applicant, and this is Arthur Greenwood, one of the principals of the applicant.
Okay. We have the request for reconsideration. All the documents were pretty informative, so we're ready to grant the reconsideration.
Grant.
Thank you so much.
$895, the Richmond Hill Spirits Corp.
Nobody here?
Afternoon, Stuart Pierce from Henry Fong's Law Office regarding the Richmond Hill Spirits Corp. 55 West 167th Street is the proposed premise. It was previously a barber shop, and my client who's here, had 4 years experience working in a nearby liquor store on Grand Concourse, and he'd like to venture into opening.
Sure. My main question is, so I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 newly issued licenses within 0.4 miles and within the past 1.5 years, 2 years. How would you address that?
Yeah, regarding the surrounding area, even though there are newly licensed areas, stores, there's, in this, they chose this particular area because the nearest one is about 700 feet away, and there's no liquor store within like 2 blocks of that area, and he believes he can make a success and serve the area, that particular area.
The liquor store that's at 2 East 167th Street. I have it as 410th. Oh, so it's more than 2 blocks.
Yeah, he
But it's on the same street, and it is a new license from, well, it's from 2013. The one that's closer at 1242, that was just licensed in 2014.
Once again, I reiterate that he thinks this particular street is not oversaturated regarding the distances from when he chose.
Will this be a bulletproof?
No. No, it's not.
No.
Bulletproof?
167?
I apologize. It is. I'm sorry about that.
Anyone in opposition? I'm ready to vote.
Yes.
I'm going to deny the application. I think there's multiple licenses newly approved in this area. He's going to be on the same street that one was just licensed, and I don't see how it warrants another store in this area, especially around 167th Street. You haven't shown if the population or anything warrants another license in this area, so I deny it.
I do commend his experience as assistant manager of another package store where there's been no adverse history since he's been employed there in 2011. But this location, for all the reasons Commissioner Green stated, I agree, I deny.
919 St. Nicholas Fish Market.
Good afternoon to all board members. We received a letter last week that they wanted receipts for the purchases, recent purchases. I've been informed by my client that he hasn't made purchases since this incident, that he stopped selling liquor pending the disposition of this case. So I didn't have time to get a letter from the company where he purchased, where they can provide a negative input as to that he hasn't made any recent purchase for the last year and
This was an issue of
2013 from September.
Yeah, it was just an issue of the product. You know, I think the police report had said that there was a bottle of Modelo sold to a minor, and your client's defense was that the store only sells Corona and Heineken?
Yes, but it's not.
Is that true?
It's not merely that.
I don't know about the Coors one, but
Yeah, but it's
so
not-
what beers do you sell?
It's not merely the beer sales.
No, I just want to know the answer to my question, please. What beers do you sell? Can your client speak, or
Yes.
please answer the question? What beers do you sell at your store? That's it? Do you never sold Modelo beer? It's a simple question. Have you ever sold Modelo beer?
Modelo.
Yeah. You have sold Modelo. Okay, then that's it. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
Then all the ones are sustained and.
But the thing is this: it's not about sustaining. If you read the letter that I wrote, these officers made a statement that they had purchased directly, that they had gone to a refrigerator and taken the beers. The testimony and the way that he functions is that the beer is locked in the refrigerator with a locked outlock, that only the manager, and this is for local consumption. So you cannot take a beer out of the store. The history.
Yeah, I mean, we're not retrying the case here. I just needed to know that question because I wanted to give credit to your, I wanted to know if factually it was correct or not that it was only Corona and Heineken being sold, and you answered my question, so we're not retrying the case here.
But it was only Corona and Heineken at the moment that these officers went. When you asked that question in the generic form that if he had sold prior, that's something different. That's the thing. Your question is very...
Right, but I'm not here to try the case about what was being sold right at that time. All I wanted to know was, what I read in the record, it said that only Corona and Heineken were sold. So I was trying to understand if ever there were other beers that were sold. I got the answer to my question. We're not retrying this case.
All right, but I'm not asking the board to retry the case. But what I'm asking from the board is that if the officers committed perjury in their testimony, which I proved when I was cross-examining them, that they said that they took it from the fridge and then they changed and they had an affidavit. Perjury is perjury. You cannot explain.
I wasn't convinced that that was an accurate statement. They did sustain the charges, which were the 4 underage sales and the unauthorized trade name.
But how do you have an unauthorized trade name when everything is under Fish Market, 181 Fish Market?
The awning of his store doesn't say the Fish Market.
It does.
No, the awning, according to the hearing, the awning actually stated Calle 191.
Yes, because that was what the judge wrote. But he stated in his testimony that it say Fish Market, but as to the direction, Calle 191. And if you do a Google
The
search.
hearing report also stated your client did not address why his awning said one thing and he's doing business under a different name.
He did address that. He said he told, if you look at the minutes, he told the judge.
I didn't look at the minutes. I'm looking
But
at the hearing.
I'm letting you, because I was there. He told the judge that that was for the purpose of address only.
Is his awning still stating Calle
Yeah.
191?
The awning still says 191 because it's where the store is located. But it says St.
It's
Nicholas Fish
located at
Market.
1609 St. Nicholas Avenue.
Yeah, but it's on 191.
And you just accused police officers of perjury. Have you
Yes.
filed a claim with IAB?
No, I haven't filed the
So
claim.
you're just
but
standing here saying that police officers are
yes,
committing
because
perjury?
if you read the minutes, he stated that the affidavit that he had filed in court, in Supreme Court, wasn't true. And he made that affirmation in Supreme Court. And then when I confronted him at the hearing he stated, well, I didn't draft that. Then I said, then you committed perjury by adoption.
So
And
what have
perjury
you
is a
done about
perjury.
that?
Excuse me?
So what have you done about that?
Whoa, we're pending your determination because if it's not the way that I believe it should be, we're going to do an Article 78 and then we'll take it from there.
So we'll make a decision here, and then
Okay.
you'll know
All
what
right,
option
no,
you have to go forward. I have a civil penalty of $12,000.
Ooh.
I had 10,000, but
That's quite stiff.
Well,
These are 4
these are
underage
very
sales
serious
in one time,
allegations.
and he's been licensed. I'm surprised. He's been licensed for a good amount of time.
But he has, and that's what surprises me, that he's been licensed for a good amount of time and he has never made sales. You know what the truth behind this? That the officers wanted him to become an undercover because they were selling marijuana in the streets and they wanted him to testify against. And he said, I can't
That's
do
a
that.
story that I don't have jurisdiction
But
over.
I'm telling you,
So you
these
proceed.
officers are lying.
You can proceed, and you have you can go to an Article 78.
I'm
But let's
doing it.
agree on a penalty so you can have definitive decision from the board. You had 10,000?
Yes, because
I'll do the
yeah, I don't think
10,000.
they had the notice.
Yeah, I'll do the
each time.
10,000. That's the civil penalty we're imposing.
You're running them out of business. $10,000 is a lot of money. You know how many beers? If you
$10,000.
$1 per beer,
10,000.
10,000 beers.
10,000. You have your avenue. You can pursue to a Article 78. Because with all the information that you provided, it sounds as he would be successful. So we'll look forward to when it returns.
Okay.
Next case.
Thank you.
811, we're recalling Siam Talent.
Do you have any?
The license, Timothy Alwick. With me is Mrs. Strabon. I do have a statement from, this is reconsideration after the renewal was disapproved. There was a corporate change done on March 10th. Husband who had the felony is off the license.
Yep.
She's now the 100% owner.
And he has a full-time job at Mount Sinai Hospital, working 40 to 50 hours a week. I have a statement from both her husband and from her. I can hand that up.
Okay, I'm fine. Yep.
They haven't done this alcohol now for about 2 months.
That was my main concern, that he had nothing to do with the business, given that he has a full-time job with regular overtime. I'm persuaded to grant the reconsideration.
I'll give those to Carrie. I'll grant the reconsideration. It will be returned to licensing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can we get a 20-day?
It's got to be reviewed, just, yeah.
It's a renewal.
Oh, Tim, Mr. Allen? Yeah, email me tomorrow. I didn't realize this was a renewal. Email me tomorrow.
You ready?
Yes, sorry, guys.
918, Maya Rivera, Riviera.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is George Diaz. I am the legal assistant for the Rios Law Firm, who are his attorneys in this matter. Just to quickly point out that in a prior hearing, I know there were a lot of questions that were directed, but a lot of those concerns were toward a previous owner who has not been in control for about 2 years. This gentleman has not even opened his store yet. So this is actually coming in as a new restaurant, and the landlord is very eager for him to begin operating, as currently is not paying rent, as he's waiting for the place to open.
We have 2 previous denials, right?
Of the 2009 application denied for character and fitness.
Wait, what was the character and fitness position? Cabaret. Oh, right, this one. I remember.
I did receive the submission. I specifically asked for what the menu would be. You had a closing at midnight, or I see 2 a.m.?
Correct.
2 a.m. And that's 7 days? Oh, you're closed on Sundays, right?
Yeah, Monday.
This location had adverse history. So.
Again, those are before him. He actually has never owned or operated at this location. So if there are some prior incidents, that would have been with a previous owner.
Well, I mean, he has a history, right, himself? In Newburgh, New York. Do you know about that?
Yes, and we're aware of that.
Okay.
But what concerns me about the location that he wants to go into, it had adverse history, so I want to know what his plan is. I see that you want to be open till 2 a.m., and I saw your menu that's offered the entire time that you're open. Your location, you still have your location in Westchester?
No, I have the license, but I'm going to surrender today.
Yes, he's having issue with the landlord at the location, was kind of giving him a runaround for a while, and would not let him have access to the facility or give him the license. But
this was addressed the last time he was here, and
right.
Deputy Commissioner at the time, but our CEO is now saying that he could have applied for a duplicate copy, so you could surrender that.
He has it now.
So did you do that?
Yes, he actually has it on him. He's going to surrender that, and the attorney is drafting a note for the petition of surrender.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the attorney's not here because he's actually in court in Queens, which is what. But as far as also the area, I can tell you, as someone who actually lives 12 blocks from this location, this is an area. It's in Community Board 7 on Webster Avenue. Community Board 7 has been very active in trying to find different kind of businesses and restaurants in this area. Because along Webster Avenue, this is primarily a commercial district, and most of the businesses are related to cars. There are a few taxi cabs, and there are several places that deal with auto body shops and such in this location. We would think that this would also be beneficial because, one, there is a lack of good food options in this area, and primarily because the community board is very concerned about getting other things other than auto-related businesses on this strip. And of course, this is a very large commercial area as well, with access to the BX41 as well as the BX28 and 34, which are a few blocks up on Bainbridge Avenue.
You're going to be a restaurant the entire time. You're not having a lounge. You're not having dancing.
No.
Are you going to have security at this location?
If I need it, but I don't think I would be needing it, if you guys require.
Okay. Well, my interest is that you're a full-time restaurant. You have a full kitchen, a full menu. All of those items are offered the entire time you're open.
Exactly. Yeah.
Are you going to have a DJ?
No.
In your questionnaire, it says yes.
I'm going to have music. Playback music.
I know, but in your questionnaire, you put yes for recorded and DJ.
Well, that is also just that's in case if maybe later on in the future, so it's not a question later on.
Later on in the future, it might turn into a lounge club?
No, if they maybe, let's say they maybe want to have an event there or something like that, or there's...
An event like what? From outside, handed over to outside people, or?
No, he would be there full time.
I think that's some of the issue you had with your previous license, right? You had used outside promoters or rented the place out?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't do that for this location?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
DJ. You want it to be a restaurant.
I mean, some of the modern
like
places have DJs, and it's a sit-down restaurant. I've been to, a few of these places, and there's no dancing. I want to dance, but there's no dancing.
All right.
So I don't mind too much about the DJ, but the one thing, it's a restaurant wine.
Right.
You have to provide a full menu the entire time.
Right.
At any time you want to change your method of operation, you must come back to the board.
All right.
So I would approve it as a restaurant. And it's restaurant wine.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I agree on those terms. All right. You have the DJ, but again, the restaurant is the key point here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
903 through 905, Food on Orchard. There's also a related item to be called second, which is 901. So while you're there, pull 901.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at you, but didn't listen to a word.
I know, it just went right over. 903 to 905, then 901.
Then 901.
Thank you.
After.
That is your order, Commissioner.
The heat has me delirious.
My client was away on business and couldn't be here.
It's unfortunate.
Yes, it is. More particularly for me.
Yeah, I think so.
Just for clarification, are these the disciplinaries or the non-renewal first?
Yes. Disciplinary first.
6 1/2 dozen of the other. Okay.
Do they
All
have
the
a
charges
CFO?
were sustained.
Do they have a CFO? Uh-oh.
I can check.
I think we're
I do not. They're here. If I'm not mistaken, they don't have this. TCO is not renewed. Is that correct? Okay. Right, so the TCO had not been
You
reached.
just
you
have
like
to check
us
with the
to
Lower East
hear?
Side dwellers. to
Would you
know
like
the
to
client.
address the
More than I
board?
do.
Would you like to
We
address
check it
the
every
board,
day.
anyone?
What's left to say? What's left to say?
Wait, she's saying first,
Okay.
let's do this, and then...
No, I know, but I just wanted to know
Okay,
if they
yeah.
wanted to address the board for the disciplinary. All right. Anything, Mr. Fox?
No, there's no TCO there. That's the answer to your question. I think that answers the question that you really wanted to ask.
All right, cancel and bond.
Yeah, I agree, cancel and bond.
Kind of makes 901 moot now, but
Kind of wanted revocation.
It's on the calendar, and so
Yep,
we'll take
901.
901, and we deny the request for reconsideration. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm voting for Commissioner Kim, but
Is there an Exhibit B here that, I was missing Exhibit B? Kind of wanted to take a quick look.
On the request for reconsideration,
my,
I believe what the prosecutor or counsel's office submitted was the whole document file, which was part of the hearing record.
The
So
disciplinary,
I just
yes.
kept it clean.
I see. So they were correct on that? All right. I deny.
Do we want to put the opposition on the record for being here?
Would you like to go on the record? Make it brief. Like you said, everything's been said.
My name's Emily Armstrong. I'm a neighbor, and we've been dealing with this restaurant bar for about 8 years. And my mother is from Ireland, and when we were bad and we would complain to her, she would always say, "You bought it on yourself." And that's pretty much how I feel about what happened with the Sixth Ward. We cut them tons of slack, and they bought it on themselves.
Thank you.
Sarah Romanowski. I'm on the corner of Orchard and Stanton, and I just want to thank you for going through this entire process. And it's been a long, drawn-out process, but you know, and we sat here for a long time. But I'm very pleased with the resolution, and thank you.
I'm just going to second that.
I'm Yen Boyd, and do I have to spell it? No. Yen Boyd, and thank you again. And it has been a long process, and it's, yeah, it was never a vegetarian restaurant for 1 month. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That was easy. 859, Greenwich Village Entertainment.
Greenwich.
Albany. I feel a little unkempt here.
On the record. You can put your name on the record.
My name is Frank Glover.
Charges not sustained, dismissed.
Dismiss.
Thank you.
850, OSO Hamilton Heights.
Before Mr. Levy speaks,
Community board.
I did call the community board to see if I could get any specific details on their opposition, and there was no voicemail, no one answered the phone. I did send them an email late yesterday afternoon. I have not had a reply.
Okay.
I did tell them it was on the calendar for today's meeting.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Levy.
Joseph Levy here, attorney for the applicant. I have with me Matthew and Nodar, two of the principals who will be on site daily operating the restaurant. Excuse me. It's an application for an on-premise liquor license for a restaurant at 1616 Hamilton, Amsterdam rather. This community board opposition kind of came as a surprise to us. We notified the community board, I think back in January. Never received word. We followed up with phone calls and emails, nothing. We proceeded to file our application beginning of February. 500-foot rule hearing, still no word from anybody that they're interested in talking to us, hearing from us, or that they're generally interested at all. Just a few weeks ago when I received the notice that we were on the calendar for today, it was a real surprise, honestly, because this is a small restaurant in a space, been previously licensed, directly across the street from the main campus for City College. So we're talking about Amsterdam Avenue here, a neighborhood that really is
very, very safe. I would say maybe even one of the safer strips in the city, with the fact that City College is right here and the complete gentrification that's happened. If you're telling me that a few avenues and 10 blocks away, there might be some gang-related things or violence or things like that, I would say, yeah, maybe it's a little gritty down there. But right here by City College, it's absolutely not. These gentlemen have experience in the hospitality industry. It's a small space, restaurant concept, very well thought out, and they will be on site daily. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. But, you know, we've done our research on the neighborhood. Property values are increasing. Rent values are increasing. Bars, restaurants, boutique shops are opening up. This is not the strip here where really any crime is evident.
What's the hours?
There's going to be lunch and dinner service, brunch eventually on the weekends, and final closing hour at 2 a.m. the latest.
7 days?
7 days.
And there are residents right above the restaurant?
There are residents upstairs, and actually both of these gentlemen, Matt's about a month removed from being able to move right into the neighborhood as soon as his lease is up. He's moving there, and Nodar is shortly behind him, so these guys will live within walking distance of this place as well.
Mazel tov.
Any questions?
Just 2 a.m. stuff. Residents. Have you gotten any feedback from the residents who live above you?
You guys want to address that?
I'm Matthew Chebeck. Most of the residents have been fairly supportive.
Do you have anything in writing?
No, nothing in writing.
And just to point out again, since we received this notice a few weeks ago from the Liquor Authority, and no courtesy copy came to us, to the location, or to my office, we received the notice of the objection from the State Liquor Authority, from Secretary's office. Since then, we've put in probably 10 calls and emails to the board office, have not heard a peep.
Are you going to have music?
Recorded music only.
All right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I approve.
I approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
900 Tribeca Canvas.
Here's Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Flynn. I had Graham.
Should be issuing a notice of pleading?
Yeah.
We should be issuing a notice of pleading
Oh.
on this one.
On this one, even though they're not
Grant.
active?
Well, if
Grant,
they
and then you guys
They
can
issue.
figure it out.
prosecuted it.
This may be the one I emptied out of our.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This request for reconsideration of the non-renewal, unlike the case you had before this one, in this case, there really have been no summonses or violations issued. Everything is here. The most egregious allegation that was in this is that this was a nightclub as opposed to the restaurant that it was told to be to the community. And in this case, there was originally an Asian restaurant which was changed over to another restaurant. I have better pictures here. I'd just like to hand up if I could, but you can really see the scope of what you did in this far from not being a restaurant.
Mr. Flynn, would you concede that this is really all an issue for a disciplinary hearing?
I agree 100%.
So you think counsel's office should issue a notice of pleading?
Excuse me?
You think counsel's office should issue a notice of pleading?
No. If you believe the charges, that's my point. My point is if you actually believe that there is something here behind these charges, I believe the license should have been renewed, allowed to operate under SAPA until, if you did bring charges, those charges were dealt with in any way, shape, or form.
Of course.
And that they had an opportunity to defend themselves against whatever the allegations are. I would also point out that the community board was notified of the change. They had worked out a stipulation with the community board. I showed you a email chain. I actually had the stipulation that they signed to give to the community board, but the community board that night wanted, at the last, this was the night to hand it in, they handed it in, and then asked for additional stipulations that couldn't be agreed to without the parties, the partners meeting, and there was no possible way of doing that. But I have the stipulation that they agreed to. And I have the email from the community board confirming that those were the conditions that they agreed to right there.
I'm fine. All right, I'm ready to grant the reconsideration, and the renewal will be returned back to licensing.
I agree.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a very nice day.
You too.
924, KRG Pub.
Good afternoon, I'm Teddy Gonzalez. The case went to default, and I'm here to request to vacate the default. We contacted the licensee received he was served with the notice of pleading. Someone received it, placed it on his desk. They notify him that it was there. He stumbled into it on 4/15. He found it. He contacted me. I put in a notice of pleading for a conditional no contest. So I'm asking for it to be either sent back to council, or if I can make an offer of like $2,000. They have 10 years.
We had a signed CNC form of $3,000 from you that was faxed to us.
That's fine. We can end it right here. That's fine.
Okay.
Either one.
I was going to reduce the 3,000.
If you can, that'd be great.
To 2,500.
That'd be great. I appreciate it. It's not written in stone. I appreciate it. 10 years, no record, no adverse history.
All right, I agree to 2,500.
Thank you very much.
There's roasting in here. 920, Roebling's Liquor.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
920.
Getting my workout back.
Why'd you sit in the front?
That would have taken intelligence. I believe this is here in the default, but my office had sent papers in on this, but they actually sent it to Secretary's office instead of sending it to Council's office. I believe this is a first-time minors violation at this location, and they have a good record. They've been there for quite some time. So instead of trying to vacate the default, 69, right.
Yeah.
So instead of just vacating the default, I think if we could just impose a reasonable fine for the violation.
2,000.
2,000 is fine.
Just a question, the owner, at least there's a licensing aspect, the ownership.
There's a corporate change pending. It's disapproved pursuant to 589.
Okay, we'll activate that? Okay, that's why I just had a question on
Right,
activating
so the
that. Corporate change.
Let me just make sure it was 589.
No, I think it wasn't 589, so let's just be sure. It could have been, but I don't think so.
Disapproved. Oh, tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. You too. Take care.
917, 61 Woodside Corp.
I emailed the community board, the chair of the community board again.
Good afternoon. My name is Andreas Mouskotou.
And I have not received any comment back.
Anything?
Okay.
Hmm.
917.
So you had agreed to stipulations with the community board, but now you want to change the method of operation, is that correct?
Correct. The reason is we open up now 24 hours, and it's a diner, it's like a coffee shop. We try to increase the income. I'm not the owner, my son is the owner. I have affidavit.
He was here the last time.
Yeah, he was here. I was away. And we make deliveries to the bars. So we
the customers ask for a drink. We're not doing business, big business with liquor. We're a restaurant. The food is probably 90%. But everything helps. I'm the owner of Bayside Food, too. I'm there 23 years. I never have any violation.
Bayside Food? It's a diner?
It's
What is it? Bayside Food?
Greek catering.
Catering.
I never have any problem for 22 years.
Yeah, I'm okay too.
I'll approve.
I'll approve.
Thank you.
Not responding.
790 Chief Shops.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kerry Fitzgerald for the licensee. I'll say this much, you put a full day in.
Thank you. Somebody appreciates it.
I've been trading over work.
To thank us, Mr. Kitsoris recently selected my husband for a jury last week.
He did a fine job.
All right, I see there's, the first three charges were withdrawn by counsel, and the fourth was dismissed. And for the fifth, I have 1,500
That's I had 1,500.
for the books and records. It's because you have adverse history, too.
He's gotten beat up so bad.
Rightfully so.
Would you consider $1,000?
The community board has called this place a cancer on the community.
It's been a problem place for a little bit.
1,500, thank you so much. Listen, I don't want to stop.
I don't have any other items signed in. You here for a particular item? Come on up.
9:23. How come we just, I'm here at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, really?
I am sorry.
Lucky 7 Daily.
Carryover. And we asked them to come in.
Gotta sign. They didn't sign in? Is that what happened?
No, they did.
I
didn't
did.
get the, they did. I didn't get the number.
Oh. Well.
I can't say it'll be worth waiting for.
Yeah, no. Could have been.
This is the second underage sale at the location. What concerns me is that I believe you paid a fine for the underage sale in November of 2014. And then there was another underage sale less than a month later.
I'm an accountant. I'm just here to communicate on their behalf.
Is the licensee with you?
Yeah, they're sitting in the back. And
Can you step forward? Can you state your name for the record? Step up to the microphone. Can you state your name for the record?
Kapoor, K-A-P-O-O-R.
Okay. Did you hear what I had said before, that on, I believe it was in November of 2014, you paid a fine? I see you must have had ATAP training, and the fine was reduced, but then less than a month later, you had another underage sale.
The same employee, she made a mistake again too, so that's the reason why we all day, she work morning to night, that's the reason maybe she be some.
Is she still employed by you?
No more.
Can I explain a little more?
Who's Jagdish Singh?
He's not on the license.
Excuse me?
President.
He's the president.
His name's not on the system.
Yeah, and your name is Kapoor, K-A-P-O-O-R? What's your first name?
102956.
Who's Jagdish Singh?
He's the president, he
He's
said.
the president.
Where is he?
He's not here. He's out of town.
How long has he been out of town?
Is this gentleman
Sole
on the
principal.
license?
No, the only one listed is Jagdish Singh.
I am the one who filed the application originally, and my name is there and the power attorney.
The power attorney doesn't matter here.
Yeah, that doesn't,
So how long has the licensee been gone?
It's 12 months. I mean, his mother was sick, and they are in South Carolina.
Where is the
South
licensee?
Carolina?
You know,
But if you have any decision, we accept.
No, of course.
I'm sure.
I'm sure you will at this point, but
anything we offer, but my concern is who's supervising this
Yeah,
location? Who's there to make sure that underage sales aren't continuing? And with the licensee absentee, I mean, what confidence do I know you probably can pay it, but how do I know the place is supervised?
He is very experienced. He is
But
like
does he have authority from the?
Yes.
Are you the manager?
Yeah, he's the manager.
Do you have a personal questionnaire? We don't have anything on this individual.
He was
for us.
hired after the store was open, and he's working there since then.
How are you paid, sir? Who gives you your paychecks?
He's paid by check, yes.
let him answer the question, please. Who pays you? Who pays you?
He signs your paychecks? So what happens while he's in South Carolina?
Why he have a over there gas station too.
So
Yes, and he have a here Massapequa home, and he have a over there home too.
So who signs your paychecks when he's in South Carolina?
He visit here too, he coming here too, always while he have over there, means he work here store too.
But you just said he's been away for a month. So he came back during that month and then he went away again?
He come here, he go back, he be here, go back too.
Well, I think we need to have him here. We're going to hold this over, and I want to have the principal appear. So, and we'll send a letter to Mr. Singh, but he needs to be here May 5th.
You mean the,
Yeah. No,
He'll get a letter.
it's not, he's only got one license under that social security.
I'm asking for it to be held over for the principal to appear on May 5th.
Okay.
Does Mr. Singh, has he owned other, has he had other licenses here in the state of New York?
This one.
This is the only one.
Yeah, let's have him
I put
appear.
his social security number.
Okay.
Okay, this will be held over for 2 weeks.
Thanks.
We'll send new letters out. Okay, I have no other ones signed in.
Let me just take 5 minutes and I'll...
Okay, take 5-minute recess.
Okay, we're on.
Oh, wait, before.
Cancel.
Oh, we're going.
Sound out. Ready to go?
Yes.
Reconvening with the remaining items. We'll start with 784.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
785.
500.
785? Sorry, I had 787.
This is a American Legion.
I had a 7. Yeah. I was just going to do a letter of warning. Letter of warning?
All right, I'll take the letter.
Okay, thanks.
787.
Offer of letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
788.
Oh, this place has no food.
Here it was, yeah.
All the charges are sustained. Want to have them come in?
Yeah, I'd like to change it. License to tavern, there's no food, right?
Well, they did. Have they submitted a request to change their?
Which one is this?
788.
788.
I think so, but we should.
Because if they have a application to, instead of a
They had no food there, right,
restaurant
so we wanted to
wine,
get them in.
if they're going to do a tavern, then I'll just give them a penalty.
I don't have anything pending.
Okay, then we'll have to have them in, because I want to see if they're going to have a tavern.
Right.
All right, we'll have them come in. We'll do them for the 5th.
5th?
55.
Yep.
$789.
1,500.
1,500.
791.
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
792.
Offer of 8,500, accept.
Accept.
793.
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
94.
Offer of 11,000, accept.
Accept.
95.
Offer of 9,000, accept.
Accept.
797.
500.
500.
798.
Offer of 8,500, accept.
Accept.
799.
Revoke for the record.
Agree.
800.
3,000.
3,000.
802.
Cancel and bond.
802. Cancel and bond.
Yeah, non-bona fide.
Which made me think they wanted to keep the license rather than just surrendering it.
Yeah, that's what, he said it was an oversight that he didn't mail it, and I know that it was sustained.
Oh, God. Where's that one?
I thought it was genuine, and
But I thought they said they weren't going to use the liquor license anymore. That's why they were surrendering it.
Well, they didn't surrender
They just put it on deposit.
yeah, I thought they
Which
put it in
what-
safekeeping. So I thought it was a fine.
It's going to expire by the end of June. Will you let them renew in safekeeping? Do you let people generally or no?
It depends on, we asked the reason
Yeah,
now,
and
because we put the guidelines
according
up.
to this, he says he closed the business, so why keep it up, keep the license?
Shouldn't you know the original license?
It's a closed business.
Yeah. Okay, cancel. Bond.
Okay. Stuck. 804.
Revoke.
Revoke.
805.
3,000.
3,000.
806.
5,000.
5,000.
807.
Cancel and bond.
I had suspension, but not quite to cancel and bond.
And they paid a penalty of, what, 15,000?
Last time?
Do you want them to appear? Or was it default?
Yeah, let's bring them in. 5/5/15.
5-5.
Yep.
808.
12,000.
This I had canceled and bond because they were arrested, so they had notice, then they got a summons for the consumption, then they had another summons for sale to minor, and then they got a arrest for the fourth sale to minor, so they had 4 times. And they were on notice each time. Cancel and bond.
Are you good with that, Commissioner Brady? Are you still thinking?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay. 809.
Offer 7,500, accept.
Accept.
813.
Offer 5,500, accept.
Accept.
815. Both parties agreed to a carryover date of 5-5.
Still, again.
This is the absolute
last
last
Schools
time.
was complaining because he said they didn't go out and get the petitions from the supporters until recently. What difference did that make? But then he confronted Joe about himself having
Yep. We will
This is
put
the
no
last
payments out of
time.
any party will be entered.
I mean, this is already out of control.
Yep.
All right, 5-5.
Yep. 817.
Offer of cancel 1,000, accept.
Accept.
819.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
820.
I had a counter offer.
Yeah.
I had the 5,000 with 3-day suspension.
7,500.
I mean, because they're
But this is really the last time.
Wait, is this the place that agreed
Yeah, this
to
is Hempstead.
Oh, wait. But when they came to the board, did they agree to close?
Yeah.
And they were open past the time? Oh, no, let's have them come in. Because I believe when we approved this application, we asked them to close
Yes.
every
We did.
day
It was part of the
at 11.
Oh, really?
Sunday through Thursday at 11 and Friday, Saturday midnight. Those were.
Oh, really?
And
Yes.
Too.
they may return to the full board after 1 year to request a change in hours.
And this didn't happen like 11:05. This was like
2
2 or
a.m.
3 in the morning. Yeah, have them appear.
why the mayor isn't.
So what are we doing?
Have them appear at the next board meeting, 5-5.
Yep.
I had a note at the bottom.
Mr. Warmakowski was here today, too. 821.
Offer of cancel on 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
822.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
824 and 925A.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
825.
They asked for a reduction. I was willing to come down. They purchased an ID scanner. Since this, and they've been licensed since
They received a, I'm not sure if that was reconsideration where they got the discount from the last settlement or penalty they asked for a reduction on that too.
Yeah.
And they got it.
Okay.
And then they took tips and not ATAP.
Probably close the same.
Well, TIP says they are a registered school.
They offered 5,000. What would you like to?
I'm going to come down to 3,500.
Okay, 3,500.
826.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
827.
See, this one too, we can't, I'm not sure if they had notice on each sale to minor. I'm assuming
one's a
they didn't,
nuisance
right?
abatement.
Okay, so they didn't.
No.
In which case, yeah,
For
I'll
the
accept.
offer of 14 days plus 12,000, I accept.
I accept.
828.
3,000.
3,000.
829.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
835. New liquor store.
There was no adverse. Oh, wait, I do see a protest.
How do you apply for a liquor license like this and not show up?
Yeah, I didn't see that they had protest.
Because they live in Madison County.
But the protest didn't.
They would.
Let's see.
Live like next to that lake in the picture over there?
Well, the closest store is 0.7 of a mile, and the next one was 7.6. I approved.
I saw declining sales in this whole area, region.
Because they have
Except
to
for the
travel
first
so
store.
far.
Because you have to travel far. It's up in the air, but it would have been nice to have listened to the arguments. You approve? I'll approve.
$836 and $837.
Offer 2,500, accept.
Accept.
$840. Request for reconsideration.
I denied the reconsideration.
Denied.
$841.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
$843.
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
$844 and $847. Through $847.
The offer is cancel and bond. I accept.
Accept.
And name stop.
Name stops.
848.
1,000.
848. I didn't like this because there seemed to be so much deceit going on. And we approved it, the corporate change, even though they were going.
On 3/9. Approved the March 9th.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much moving the shell around on us.
I was bothered by the instruction from either their attorney or representative who instruct them not to inform the authority. It says, I don't know if that's Mike Kelly, the attorney, or if there's another Mike Kelly who's a representative.
Yes.
But so he's apparently counseling his clients to break the law.
Okay. Just for the record, the notice of pleading didn't go out until after the approval of the corporate change. So they did not.
Okay.
Yeah, this Michael Kelly person, right? I mean, what can we do? What do we do with someone like Michael Kelly?
Well, I'll have a related person. We can't stop him from practicing.
He's a rep, not an attorney, right?
Yeah, he's a rep. It's like 1,000, you said?
I'll go up. You want to go up?
Well, I mean, most of the damage has already been done, so I'll do the 1,000 for this violation, but I'll do something.
851. New grocery store.
Question as it relates to he has another license.
Yeah, he can't. He offered cancellation and bond for the last one, right? So, based on that history, I'd like to know what's different.
And if the same cashier is going to be working at this one. Do you want to hold it over? Do you have questions for the applicant?
Yeah, let's bring them in.
5-5 is getting thrown.
Yeah, 519 then?
19. $853.
Oh yeah, can you define what a guest is?
I didn't appreciate that.
This was way...
I mean, normally it'd be like a letter of warning, but then they've done this before.
Yeah, they have quite a bit of history. I'll go up to 4,000.
4,000. At 1,500.
1,500, they paid 2,500 last
Right,
time.
but that's because of the unauthorized alterations as well, I think.
Yeah, but it was non-member too.
Yeah. 2,500?
No, I had
3,000?
4,000.
So what happens if we disagree? How does this work?
I'll come down with
3? 3,500? Going once? No.
3,500.
Okay.
3,500.
3,500.
I only take a hit on 5.
What happens if we disagree on that? Huh? Just.
They'll go back to council's office.
Oh, really?
Yeah, these places, I don't know.
Yeah.
Council would have taken the 4.
Oh, yeah.
854.
Offer of 3,000, accept.
Except.
856.
300. Oh, 3,000, sorry.
Oh, at 2,000. 2,500?
For 856?
856.
Yep.
Bullfrog Hotel.
You have, how much did you have?
At 2,000 because of their long history. This is their first sales to minor. They had other
Show up at
violations.
the hearing.
Yeah, they have adverse.
All right,
I mean, it's
3,000?
not
Okay, 3,000. I got it.
857.
Okay. This one, dismiss charges 3 as to 1, 2, and 3 cancel and bond.
I had 12,000 and last.
They already paid
straw.
10,000, and
Right.
this is going to be their
I don't think
fourth,
they've paid yet, to be honest with you.
third.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, because that's due on the 1st.
Still on the first.
Well, sometimes they do pay early, but then again.
How about 12,000 in the suspension?
All right, I'm to the 12. They may not even pay the 10.
10-day suspension?
All right.
12 and 10 days.
12,000.
Well, they may not get the suspension if they don't pay the
Yeah,
10,000
they may
is
not
not
even
done.
pay that, and then
Right.
the alternative will be canceled.
Okay, so we're doing 10 days and how much?
12,000.
Got it. 858.
2,500.
2,500.
860.
My counter offer of 6,000.
6,000. Good.
861.
Offer 3,500, accept.
I bring these guys in because they agreed with community board not to use the outdoor space, and then they just went ahead and used the outdoor space.
Is this Limon Jungle?
Limon, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm coming.
We bring them in 519.
519 or 55?
519.
Yes, 55 was good.
We're going to have to go into June. All righty.
862.
Offer 5,500, accept.
Except.
All right, 863, I have, we didn't send the controversion to the right suite number,
Oh,
so he just wanted 2 weeks so he could submit controversion.
Oh, okay.
So for, over to 55.
Yes.
864,
Our charges not sustained, dismiss.
Dismiss.
all right, sorry to somebody, I had 2 copies.
No, 864.
864, I have 2 copies, so maybe I have yours.
That's fine.
That's 865,
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
That's fine.
sorry about that. 866,
Dismiss charges 2 and 3 as to 1 and 4 are 1,500.
At 1,000, but I'll do 1,500.
867,
Offer of 750, accept.
Accept.
871,
Offer of cancel 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
872,
1,000.
I had bring in because they weren't responding, right?
Yeah, they defaulted.
They defaulted.
What did you have?
I had no response to false reporting. What does that mean? Oh, because they got arrested. No. The licensee failed to respond to the SLE's letter.
When we get a notification that somebody's been arrested, we send out a letter reminding them of their obligation to inform us.
That's it. Okay. What was your?
1,000.
1,000.
okay. 873,
3,000.
3,000.
874,
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
875,
Offer 3,500, accept.
Accept.
876,
Offer of 4,000, accept.
Accept.
4,000 accept?
Yes.
Okay, sounded like 1,000. 879.
At a counter of 3,500.
3,500.
Wait, on 879?
Yes.
Can, did you read the memo?
Council would like to have a
Yes.
conference?
Can we go off the record, Donald, for conference?
Okay, item 879.
The offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
880.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record.
881, I have an email request. Oh, I think this is the one I sent you, Jackie. The licensee is requesting an adjournment.
We could, I'm fine with adjourning it if the members just want to send
For
it
the
back.
next, they wanted an adjournment.
It's
For
long
what
and
specifically?
detailed. I gotta find it.
Since it was a default, they want us to reopen?
Hang on one second. I just gotta find the case. It came in yesterday, I believe, yesterday afternoon. He's asking it to be adjourned. He's going on about the premise. Landlord rented the space to visit my crew. He says his business is closed and I'm sending my license to be kept in safekeeping at the SLA under a different case number. My business is closed. My business does have food, and whoever spoke to my brother, he did not understand them. He's offering a defense, and
But
English was not their first language.
What does food
And
have
he's
to
middle
do
in
with
the
it?
court case. I think he's covering all bases. He's in the middle of the court case with the landlord. He just wants to be able to provide us some proof. I'm not sure what this is. And he has a representative. So I can carry it over for the next 2 weeks. If you want, I can ask them to appear.
Sure.
Yes, because I don't know what they're asking for, to reopen, and the charge was noise. So he's talking about food.
I don't know, is there anything open? Maybe that's what he's looking at.
Well, we'll hold it over to 5-5.
Okay.
And see what they are going to ask us for now. But yeah, when they send an email, they have to clarify what they're asking.
You know, I believe he is confusing it with the other case, too. There is another open case, which I don't think he has a response on. So we'll make sure it gets where it needs to go.
They come with an offer for both.
882.
Revoke.
Revoke.
883.
Oh, 500, no, 250.
250.
884, we did receive a late $500 CNC plea.
Accept.
Accept.
885.
Offer 1,500, accept.
Accept.
886.
Revoke for the record. Oh, no, revoke. There's another one.
Yeah, the one you
882.
just revoked. Yeah, it was the items before. Do you want these combined, or you want the
882.
two separate revokes?
Two separate.
Okay, all right. 887.
2,000.
2,000.
888.
I was curious, should they put their license in safekeeping? Because I had the impression we weren't operating. Oh, they were installing a kitchen.
Yeah.
So if they're not operational, being that it's a restaurant, why should they submit their license for safekeeping?
The renovation should be done. This was in July of 2014.
They filed a class change that we denied for 589, but I want to see what they put as their method of operation.
Just before I accept that, I just wanted to know. Well, I'll accept the 5,000, but can you check to see if they're open? Because since it's a restaurant without a kitchen, they really are not operating.
They applied for a bar tavern license, but we denied it based on these charges pending.
Okay.
I can reactivate that application.
Yes.
Okay.
Once this is adjudicated.
Okay,
They may
5,000.
not ever reinstate that kitchen, so, all right, I'll accept the 5,000.
Agreed.
889.
3,500.
89. 3,500.
898.
This was a request for reconsideration. They asked for, I guess, a lower penalty than 200. I mean,
Then
2,000.
2,000.
I'll do 1,500.
Okay, 1,500.
902.
Offer of 9,000, accept.
Accept.
906. We have
Okay.
it's listed here, over for 5. Oh, I have a request from the representative.
Okay.
If he's unavailable. 907.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
I had letter of warning, but okay, well, accept. Offered it.
908.
Offer 7,500, accept.
Accept.
909.
Offer 1,500, accept.
Accept.
910.
Offer 1,000, accept.
Accept.
911.
Offer cancel 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
912.
Offer 3,500, accept.
Accept.
921.
That should have been 3,500. I'll accept it.
Yeah, I'll accept it.
The only reason I'll accept because the pleading went out 3,000, but that should have been 3,500.
922.
Offer 4,500, accept.
Accept. Gymnastic Society of
I was
Polish
surprised they were.
925 and 925.
They've been gambling quite a bit, though.
They're third.
Well, I guess it's better to be gambling than drinking.
Or 922.
They're third.
Look at that again.
That's gambling.
I know.
Gymnastics Society.
And I was surprised they had the devices. They had like 6 machines there.
It was over a period of 80 years, too. They keep gambling. And nothing's stopping.
Okay. 925 and 925B.
I have 9. Oh, okay, I missed it.
Cancel and bond.
Offer cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
925C.
Approved.
Approved.
Okay, 4.
We need another executive session.
All right. Can we adjourn?
Well, I have 2 items I needed
Adjourn,
to, yeah, well, not quite, I have 2 items that just quick housekeeping. We have 2 items that were on our carryover list without date. One is 873D was an appointment. The
Carrie.
requester has withdrawn that, so I'm just going to put it on the calendar, shown withdrawn. Also, the request for the ruling for the minibar. They submitted a email indicating they want to withdraw the request.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to get those on cleaned up.
Okay.
Now I'm done. Did you need a
Council
conference?
request an executive session. We're just going to go off.
Okay, we do have a request from council to recall item 915. This was a request to amend an advisory that was a current advisory on our system for advisory 23 of 2014.
Yes, I wanted to be clear that when the board ruled that they were ruling that there were no changes being made to the advisory, that neck hangers were the only permissible identification items for barrel programs, that we were not permitting the manufacturers to place stickers, and we were not permitting the wholesalers to hand out stickers to the retailers.
Correct.
Correct. I agree to that.
Okay.
There being no further business, we are adjourned.
Noted.